Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Communities Committee. It's been live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the Council website for further public listening. Just kind of remind members to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off their video when you're not addressing the meeting. Should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write "Speak" in the Teams chat function, and you will be invited to speak in order about new issues. Should your question or issue be raised by a previous speaker, please withdraw your request so that we deal with the business as efficiently as possible. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting for any reason, can I ask you, remind you to either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time, or you could write "Leave" in the Teams function and then join. This will allow us to monitor member present throughout the meeting. Okay, so we're going to set up apologies and Chair's approval of members' remote participation. Claire, can you provide the sediment, please?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Currently we have 5 members present. English Street, as well as yourself, there's the Vice Chair, Councillor Scobie, Councillor Stitt and Councillor Wilson. We have 5 members currently on Teams, being Councillor Campbell, Councillor Carruthers, Dempster, Drysdale and Marshall. I'm not aware of any apologies, and there's also been 2 changes in membership since the papers were issued. We've now Councillor Maitland and Scobie on this committee. Thank you.
Can I speak, Chair?
Okay, Ian.
Thanks. So there's also been notifications sent for another 2 members, and that is Councillor Andrew Wood and it's Councillor Gail McGregor are actually members now, at least they will be shortly. It was sent yesterday, so I think maybe a 24-hour rule applies. But I've actually, just because there was no noise at all, just for your information, Chair, I think most of the members that are not present virtually are sitting on another meeting, an exempt item. So maybe I have to have a wee look at that, Chairman. I think everybody's present, but they're in 2 different meetings.
Right, okay, thanks very much. We'll just pause for a minute and maybe get the techie teams to actually make sure. The thing is, I've got no way of going on to that without coming off this meeting, so someone else will have to ask them to leave that meeting and come to the main meeting just now. Or are we quoted at this moment in time? So we're actually quoted, Ian, and we'll be going to that very soon. But
Chairman, can I speak to you a second?
Yeah, come in, Ian.
Yeah, I was one of the same. We were on another meeting. Quite a number of members are on that, and then I realised that there were 2, one exempt and one for communities, so I've come onto this. But the other ones will probably come, but I think they may need some instruction.
Right, okay, I'm quite happy to give it a couple of minutes to get as many here, but then quite literally we are quoted, so we can start the early part of the business, because then we're going to hope to go into private session very, very quickly. So it's a case of getting the housekeeping bit out of the way first, Ian. Okay, given that we are quoted, I'm happy to go ahead with the sediment as is, because we'll have to redo that sediment for the private business, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so we'd obviously do a check that everybody had joined across for the private business. Since I gave the sediment, we also now have obviously Councillor Blake, Howie and Ingalls have joined.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to continue here just now. So we appreciate we've got a full agenda. It would be important that we remain strategic in our discussions. Therefore, I would ask for members' cooperation in effectively managing the business before us today. It would also be my intention to have a 30-minute lunch break around 1. That could be flexible, sort of 5-10 minutes either side. I would also advise members that have agreed to receive an urgent and exempt item of business in relation to public transport. It would be my intention to take this item at the start of the meeting, i.e. Immediately after I've taken declarations of interest in the last minutes. And you should have already had received the urgent item electronically. If any of you haven't, could you speak up now? Okay, so I'll take it we've all seen the electronic version. So I'm moving on to declarations of interest. Yeah, Adam.
Thanks, Chair. For the exempt item, I am a member of Swiss-Trans, but will be leaving the meeting for consideration of that item.
Chair, I'm a substitute for Sylvester Rans, but I'll not be leaving the meeting either.
Okay, Willie.
Item 20, Chair, declare an interest in Appendix 2. And depending on how we're getting on with the meeting, whether I'll be there at item 20, I may have to leave early.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you. Ian Blake.
Sorry, Chairman, my hand was raised, but not for declarations of interest. You actually moved on. If you wouldn't mind, come back to me after that. Thanks.
Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. It's just I want to ask a simple question on the community asset transfer paper, and I'm chairman of the Sanker Enterprise Company, who are progressing a community asset transfer. But since there's no financial implications at this stage, I simply want to ask a question and make you aware, Chair, that I have a declaration of interest.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Ian, did you want to come back in?
Yes, briefly, you mentioned about the volume of work, and I totally agree with you. In that respect, I would need to say I thought it was really, really poor. These papers arrived in my door on Monday, more than 600 pages. If we were to give this really true scrutiny, we have to get these on time. That was certainly not, and I know quite a number of members of my group feel exactly the same. They get them on Monday.
I think that's duly noted, Ian. Thanks. And Director sitting here, he's heard that. So we'll rectify that in the future, I would suggest, unless there's a very valid reason for maybe part of them not being ready in time, but it would have to be a very good reason. Yeah, totally agree with you. Anyone else? No. In that case, then, we'll go into the minutes of the last meeting. Now, this is only for noting. Are we happy to note? Okay. I'm taking... Ian, your hand's still up. I take it it's still the previous thing?
My apologies.
That's okay. So, are we noting the minutes? Oh, sorry, who's that coming in? Sean Marshall?
Yeah, it was just on the last point, Chair. I think there is a number of late papers, but I think councillors are aware probably that the issue is it's report authors. I wouldn't like to kind of think that we're criticising the administration of each of the committees, because it's probably, through my experience with work, etc., it's usually waiting on reports coming in, and it's maybe one or two reports will delay the papers being issued. So it's maybe more about management of the report authors and making sure they stick to timelines for getting the reports in.
Thanks, Sean. Anyone else? No. In that case, then, we'll note the minute as was, and we'll note the comments about the lateness of papers coming out. But again, I'm not going to just criticise without actually understanding why they were late, so I'll ask that question outside the meeting and then get back to the members, all 21 members of the committee, okay? So I think it's now coming upon me to suspend this part of the public meeting because the next item is an exempt item. So anybody who's watching online, if you can please bear with us, be patient, and rejoin us once we've finished the exempt item. Thank you. Everybody. That's us rejoining the meeting proper. We're about to start item number 4 about the community's revenue budget. Can I just remind members to use the chat when they want to speak, not put their hand up, because there are so many participants. You just see a blue box with a hand in it. You don't know who it is. So if you could use the messaging side of the Teams facilitate, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going into item 4. Sorry, I better check. Claire, are we quorum?
Yes, Chair. Cora, everybody appears to be present apart from David Ingalls.
Monitoring report for the period ended 30th of June 2020. Report of the Director of Communities. The report provides members with an overview of the financial performance against budget for communities for 2021 within the context of the COVID-19 emergency response and subsequent recovery. So I'm in no doubt of the scale of the work being undertaken between the Directorate Management Team and officers in finance to maintain sound financial management of the community's budget. This is a major piece of work. This has been done to a very high standard. I've got Caroline McQuiston available online to take any questions on the report. Are you there, Caroline? I think there's a problem with the sound because there's more members coming in saying they can't hear. Seem to be live. Caroline McQuiston, are you there? We're getting it from across the region. That's the Stewartry, Annandale, Nisdale. Can you hear? That's it sorted now, I believe. Is everybody happy? Yeah. Thank you. Caroline, are you available?
Hello.
Hi, Caroline. We've done the intro to the item 4. Have you anything you'd like to add, or are you just ready to go straight to questions?
I'm just ready to go straight to questions.
Thanks very much. Okay, that's John Young, I think, is it? Want to come in first?
Thank you, Chair. On page 33, there's a table of the 2021 estimate budget. And about halfway down, there's payments to other bodies. Now, it would be interesting to know who the other bodies are, but that's not my question. My question is, the figure in 18-19 is 27 million. The next financial year is 29 million. And then it seems to drop by over 50%. Is there an explanation for this decrease? Thank you.
Just go ahead, Alex. Caroline. Caroline, you're still on mute.
My apologies. I'm just trying to find the pages actually with regard to this.
It's the first page of Appendix 4.
Right. Yes. I know. The reason why that is because of the significant reduction in the waste PFI contract payments. Obviously, previously we had been we'd been paying out in that year a larger amount of money. Because of the transfer in 18-19. Now that it's settled down and we've got better rates on our waste disposal, it's improved the situation, and money was taken out the budget in recognition of that, and in recognition of the removal of £1.4 million worth of funding from the Scottish Government at the ending of the PFI contract.
Is that okay, John?
That's very interesting. Quite a substantial discount, a substantial reduction. Thank you, Caroline.
No problem.
Okay, Ian Blake.
Thank you, Chairman. My apologies if I'm going to cover something that you covered in your introduction. I was one of the ones affected by the loss of sound. There are 3 points really. One on page 22, it mentions that the hardship fund is 148k. I assume that's just a typographical error and it's 1.48 million. And also at paragraph 3.6, it speaks about the reduction of funding from the DWP. I'd like some explanation what that was. And also further down in the same paragraph about the delayed settlement for telecommunications sites. And just again, a bit of further explanation of what that actually involves. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. First of all, the reduction in the DWP grant is to do with the move to universal credit. Basically, because we are now not having less people on housing benefit and other individual benefits that are paid through the council, we're experiencing a reduction in the level of grant that we receive for the administration of those items, and it isn't being fully replaced by additional grant for the administration of universal credit. This is an issue that's been ongoing since the introduction of universal credit, and obviously will get more progressed over time as more people move on to universal credit. The revenue, the staff in financial wellbeing and revenues are working on how to address this, but as you can imagine, because it's staff, it's not an easy process to reduce staff immediately, and also with the increased demands of COVID-19 on that staff group, processing claims, etc., for the last 6 months, that's delayed the ability to reduce staff as well. So that's the explanation for the reduction in the DWP grant. In terms of the Radio Hill sites, basically at the end, in the middle of 2016-17, so in October 2016, the old contracts that the telecoms companies had with for the use of these radio sites ended. New contracts were supposed to be put in place. We allowed the telecoms companies to have access to the sites, to continue having access to the sites, because otherwise you would have had telecoms blackout as far as mobile phones were concerned across large parts of Dumfries and Galloway. However, there has been quite significant amount of difficulty in finalising the revised contracts, and therefore there is an accrual there at the moment, which we are confidently expecting to be paid. We have had settlement on 3 of our sites by one of the telecoms companies, but the others are still to be settled, but will be, and we hope that settlement will take place in this financial year.
You okay with that? Ian, you had your hand back up. Ian Blake, do you want back in or not?
Yes, it's just at the one point, just a confirmation, it is a typographical error, the 1.48k.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's 1.48 million. Apologies for that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Willie?
Yeah, Chair, and Ian Blake referred to only getting his papers on Monday. I only got these yesterday, and that was the tomb almost of the pages, and that was in having to come through to Dumfries for it, or for the set of papers. But I'm looking at page 27, delay in achievement of savings, Appendix 2, and where it's referenced to 235k. It's not so much a question, it's more a comment for the committee. And then I turn the page to page 28. An allocation of up to 300,000 was approved by full council on 30th of July, which I totally agree with, based on indicative addition associated with public conveniences, and I refer to public conveniences. And it was remarks made at a North Channel Corridor Partnership meeting, and by the Chief Executive at last Thursday's full council meeting. And this is two opportunities in terms of staycation, mobile homes, campers coming more to the region, and that's throughout the whole of the region to where we've got glorious coastline. And it comes back to providing proper facilities, and public convenience is one of those facilities that people require in many of these for these people who are coming to stay for weekends, whatever. And I think we've got to review where we are in public conveniences throughout the whole region, and maybe that there is not a savings to be found there.
Thanks, Willie. I think it's a comment, isn't it? Yeah, okay, and it's taken in the spirit it's intended. Thank you. Any other questions? I've not seen anybody indicating they want to speak. So in that case, I'll move to the recommendations. So are we happy to note the recommendations 2.1 to 2.6? Agreed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 5, the Scottish Government Hardship Food and Community Food Funds, use of committee report by the Committee Planning and Engagement Manager. Report updates members on the allocations of the Scottish Government Hardship Food and Community Food Grants Funds, I should say, and agree the final allocations of the Scottish Government Hardship Fund. All members have been well aware of the fantastic work carried out by volunteers and community organisations on the front line. These funds have been a lifeline for those individuals who have been in need for access to food and other essentials. I think personally, and on behalf of the committee, I think we should commend the work of the volunteers and local organisations who work tirelessly to support people in need. I've got Kirsty Peden available online to take any questions on the report. Kirsty, have you any update? Are you quite happy to go straight to questions?
Nothing to add to the report, Chair. Happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Kirsty. I'm in members' hands. Questions?
Yeah, Chair, I just would like to endorse the remarks you made, or your comments in the introduction, where we have relied heavily on the communities to get food out during COVID, particularly in the lockdown, and in some areas that's still continuing, and that's still with voluntary organisations providing a daily hot meal to individuals who still are very much suffering. I just wonder in terms of, and I think it is this report, as I say, I only got my papers yesterday, was on the food fund and the reference to free school meals, whether indeed, and I know there's a move towards the payment of the, I think it's the $2.50 per day, where there are voluntary organisations who are continuing to provide a hot meal per day. Is there flexibility in that could continue alongside, the free school meals, so that we are getting a free hot meal to individuals? It's the flexibility I'm asking about there, Chair.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Kirsty, can you make any comment on that?
Sure, Chair. I would just probably urge that the next report you're due to consider looks at the school holiday food programme, and that would hopefully give members assurance about what's proposed there for free school meals during the school holiday period. I think there is continued to be flexibility from community food providers that whilst families in receipt of free school meals have received support for the lunch element, that in addition many community food providers have topped that up, if you like, for meals, for other meals of the day, and that flexibility continues. I think what we try to do is through increased partnership working at area levels, encouraging community food providers to talk to each other about the types of service they're providing, that we're trying to reduce duplication and maximise the resource we've got available as far as we possibly can.
Thanks, Kirsty. I think Willie appreciates it in the next item. Is it the same thing, Willie?
Absolutely, and I hear what Kirsty's saying. It's just on the funding that's still available. If given that we have got organisations out there providing this service, if we could get this funds out to them as quickly as possible, Chair. I'm sure.
Yeah, I think that's the object of the paper, isn't it? It's to set the budgets and let officers get on and do the job we're asking them to do, working with the communities. I'm not seeing anybody else want to come in here, so I'm going to move to the recommendations. So members, are we happy to agree 2.1 to 2.3 in the recommendations? Noted. Okay. No dissent. Thank you very much. Thanks, Kirsty. We'll move on to item number 6, which is the School Holiday Food Programme 2020 report, again by Community Planning and Engagement Manager. The purpose of the report is to agree the arrangements for the Holiday Food Programme for the remainder of 2020. Mark Malloy is available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Mark, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Have you anything to add, or are you happy to go straight to questions?
No, straight to questions is fine, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now inviting up to members' questions. Willie?
I hope Mark heard my question on the last item, so I apologise, Kirsty, and to Mark for on the maybe not the correct item. But just to ask Mark to reaffirm that there will be flexibility in this item to allow those who are receiving a hot meal per day, that there is flexibility in the payments to voluntary organisations who are providing hot meals per day.
Mark?
Thanks, Chair. The report in front of members is the only option that we have in terms of being able to provide holiday food across all wards in the region. Within the report, the flexibility comes in terms of 3.2, where the funding which the organisations had already received for the what was originally the Easter holiday programme that all organisations that agreed to carry forward to October, and then because of the current restrictions still in place are not able to deliver the holiday food programme in October for the majority of the organisations, then there is flexibility in terms of the funding which the organisations have already received in terms of how they use that, and would be happy to have discussions with any organisation, as we have already reached out to them all in terms of how they would utilise that small amount of funding that they've got.
Okay, Willie.
It doesn't entirely touch on the flexibility where we have organisations out there who are providing from, I believe, Annan in the east to Stranraer in the west. This will take away, that ability to continue. This still refers to I believe Mark's referring to a retrospective payment that had been made to organisations. I just wonder if there is still that flexibility, if people wanted the hot meal to build that into the continuation of providing a hot meal per day.
Mark?
Thanks, Chair. In terms of having scoped out the options with a number of the third sector partners who have successfully delivered this for us over the last 18 months in terms of that partnership approach to holiday food, the majority, with the exception of 2 of those organisations, had indicated that they could not deliver holiday food programme in October. So in terms of the report in front of members is recommending that the only way we can provide food to children and young people across the region in every ward is through the direct cash payment, which is the approach which Child Poverty Action Group and Joseph Rowntree Foundation has recommended as the best approach to alleviating child hunger during school holidays. So the report in front of members is based on that evidence nationally and as a continuation of what we have already done.
Okay, anyone else? I've got nobody else wanting to come in to speak. In that case, then I'll move to the recommendations.
Chair, I had indicated that I wanted to speak on the chat function.
Oh, sorry, Dougie. Yeah, so you did. Beg your pardon.
Thank you. It's just to follow on from the discussion there about the direct payments. I certainly think it was a very positive development during the initial lockdown and giving flexibility to parents. Just a question for Mark in relation to paragraph 3.7. You make reference to the option of direct payments as a high take-up. Can you give any indication of what the percentage take-up is, and if there is a significant number of people who are not accessing that payment, what can we do to address that? Thanks.
Through yourself, Chair, the uptake during the summer was around 79%, which was significantly higher than the uptake when we took the approach of only offering the partnership delivery with third sector partners. The intention is on this occasion, having worked with colleagues who would process these payments, that if members were to agree the report, that we would be doing a direct payment to all families who are in receipt of free school meals, which avoids someone having to register for it, so which in theory then will provide a 100% uptake of those who are eligible for free school meals. And this is a further development and further enhancement, if you like, from what we'd offered during the summer period.
Great, thanks Mark, it's a very good development, thank you.
Okay then, sorry about that, Dougie. So I'm now moving to the recommendations for that then. So are we happy to agree 2.1 and 2.2 recommendations? Willie?
If you pardon the pun, Chair, I'll try and see if there's an appetite for support. I would hope that we can build in flexibility in this. I supported the payment when it came before us on the 30th of July and still support that where that is appropriate. And by all accounts from the last remark made by Mark, then the vast majority do prefer that. But where there is flexibility, or that, what I would like to see is more flexibility in providing where there's organisations that still want to continue to provide that hot meal. Built into the recommendation.
I'm not that sure. Adam?
I think I don't disagree with what Willie's saying, but I think the council would always try to support any organisation that is trying to achieve similar aims to us, and if there's organisations across the region who are looking to provide the types of delivery that Willie suggests, I'm sure that the council would do whatever we can to support that. But I think the decision for us today is to support that cash payment so that every single child who's entitled to free school meals is able to get that support over the Christmas period. But of course, I'm sure that officers will support those organisations who want to deliver something above and beyond that across the region.
Derek? No, Derek's not in the add. I think, sorry.
No, sorry, Chair. No, I think points are well made. Be assured this council is ensuring 100% coverage to those eligible, and paragraph 3.2 of the report reaffirms that there will be flexibility from previous payments, and any organisation that is clearly intended on this, we would certainly applaud that, and we'll give them the necessary support that they require in the coming days. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that clarity, Derek. So I'm back to recommendations. Are we happy to agree 2.1 and 2.2? Agreed? The absence of anything different? Thank you. In that case, then, we'll move on to item number 7, which is an update on the housing options and homeless service progress and rapid rehousing transition plan review. The report provides an update on the progress made in housing options and homeless service in 2019-20, and an update on the progress of the rapid rehousing transition plan. I think that's getting abbreviated to RHTP a lot of places, agreed by this committee at its meeting on the 11th of June 2019, along with a revised plan for submission to the Scottish Government. I've got Lorna Campbell and John Weir available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Lorna, are you there?
Lorna's off on holiday, Councillor Ferguson. It's myself that will be taking any questions from the report.
Okay, Joanne, that's fine. Are we ready to just go questions?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, thank you. Willie?
Yeah, Chair, and again, I welcome the report, and there are obviously issues in here. It's quite a hefty document that supports the report. I'm just looking at 3.9 in terms of Annenbank and Stranraer and the need to upgrade those premises. I'm looking at 311, and again welcome that people do present themselves as homeless, and the change in legislation that don't necessarily mean they need a connection in the area, but it's the availability of properties to meet the needs of the homeless accommodation or homeless people that are seeking for more.
There's interference in the background. We can hardly hear what Willie's saying.
When they shout.
There's somebody got their mic on, I would think, or a telephone close to their mic.
Was it last time? So I'm pretty sure it will be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Willie, restart.
Aye, maybe Joe could give us some indication in terms of 3.9 and the schedule of work that's required there, with some kind of time scale to upgrade the Annenbank properties. The legislation in terms of the change of people presenting as homeless and the availability of stock. I know during the lockdown, then at least one of the major RSLs stopped letting houses and made them available to homeless people. Now that'll change in terms of relets and so forth, and whether we're going to have enough properties to meet the needs of people in terms of their homeless situation. My last point would be, Chair, that it is a hefty document, and maybe it's something that the Housing Forum could do with sitting down and looking at it in detail as to what the effect and impact would be in changes and homeless provision in the region.
Joanne?
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. In relation to 3.9 of the report, we're currently working with our colleagues in property services in relation to the work that has to be undertaken at Annenbank. In relation to 3.11 of the report, in relation to local connection, we are just out for consultation at the moment with the Scottish Government, and we will continue to monitor, obviously, the requirements in relation to temporary accommodation and how to cope with the demands of that and any changes that incurs to us.
Just a rough timeline for 3.9, Joe?
Sorry, Councillor Scobie. I don't have that timeline at the moment. We are we are in discussions with property services and chasing them up. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah. No doubt Willie can pick that up with you offline if he wanted to. So, anyone else? Ian Crothers.
Thanks, Chair. It's in regard. Thanks for the report as well. It's much appreciated. So it talks about in 3.2 how we've seen improvements over the last number of years in regards to the homelessness service in particular and the rapid rehousing. But it also goes on to talk about the effects of the pandemic and COVID, what it's had, and potentially what's missing for me. I just wonder if there's any update in regards to the potential continuation of this high level of performance that we've had. What impact will COVID have on that? Can we maintain it? Is it sustainable over the upcoming years, or is it something we'll have to potentially put more resources into, or just keep a watchful eye on?
Thank you, Councillor Crothers, for that inquiry. I firmly believe that this is something that we'll have to keep a very watchful eye on, and there may be a requirement for further resources to ensure that we continue to maintain a good performance level in that, particularly with the impact that COVID has had on the service and continues to have on the service.
Thanks, Joe. Ian, your hand's still up. Thank you. I've not got anyone else wanting to speak at this time, so I'm going to move to the recommendations. So are we happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.5? Reid, thank you very much. Thanks, Joe. We move on now to item number 8, the Major Festivals and Events Strategy 2018-21, and an update on the requirement for an interim action plan for the strategy for 2021 to 22. Report again by Head of Neighbourhood Services. The report seeks members' approval to prepare an interim action plan for the Major Festivals and Events Strategy 2018-2021 to cover financial year 21-22. It reports to members on the economic impacts of the major festivals and events strategy in the first 2 years of its operation, and provides a full update on events planning currently being undertaken in Dumfries and Galloway. Reports on the outcomes of the signature event reviews for Big Burn Supper, the Dumfries and Galloway Arts Festival and Spring Fling, and sets before members the spending profile for the final 2 years of the major festival and events strategy. We've got Harry Hay and Ian Barr online on Teams to take any questions on the report. Harry, Ian, are you both with us?
Yep, I'm here. Thanks, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you both. Are we ready just to go straight to questions?
Yeah, happy to take any questions members have. Thanks, Chair.
Adam is the events champion.
Thanks, Chair. Just carrying on from the report I took to full council on the major festival events strategy, hopefully members will appreciate and support the proposals here today. Obviously, the events sector has been seriously affected by COVID. That it's not going to be going away in the short term, and quite possibly not in the medium term anyway. So it's essential that the council make sure that we continue to support the sector, but that we be flexible in our approach, and hopefully members will support this flexible approach. It's certainly been supported among our event organisers, who we continue to work in partnership with, and hopefully we will be able to support the sector going forward and ensure its survival, so that when COVID restrictions do go away, that we have those events in place ready to welcome visitors back to the region.
Thanks, Adam. I've got Ian Blake want to come in.
Thank you, Chairman. I fully understand the need to ring-fence the money into next year's budget, but could you confirm it? Will that be replacing money that we would be required to put into that next year, or doubling off that investment?
Harry, do you want to take that?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, that will simply be included in the allocation that the council's already committed to.
So there's no increased budget, it's just it's a realignment, is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. I've now got Willie, and then just a second, Willie, and then Jane, I think, and yeah, and then we'll pick up after that. Ian, your hand's still up. Willie?
Yeah, Chair. Chair, my point is not so much of what's in the report as to, what's not, and I don't expect it, Ben. There's been preliminary discussion, I believe, with Ian Barr, and I think Harry knows about it as well. There's a major event coming off, and this is being organised by the Stranraer Development Trust, who do or have done the Oyster Festival for a number, I think it's 3 years now, and are in early discussions with an organisation to bring a major event to Stranraer. And I would hope that we, through the officers, and I know Ian Barr, or I believe Ian has had some preliminary discussions with the Development Trust in terms of an event for 2021. And I would hope that that would feature as a major, within our major event strategy, once information is available and it can come forward to this committee for support, endorsement and support. It's early days, but it is a major, major event, and maybe one of the biggest in the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, if the Development Trust can pull it off.
Absolutely, and I really welcome that report when it would come. Ian, are you able to cast any light on that for the rest of the members? Willie obviously knows a lot about it, or could you come in?
Yes, I can, Chair, and I did meet with the Stranraer Development Trust yesterday online. They've had success developing the Oyster Festival and have developed great skills and experience now in events management. So we want to support them going forward as much as possible. And they do want to diversify into other events. I'm fully briefed on the event that Councillor Scobie has just mentioned, and I share his enthusiasm and desire to make it happen. There are quite a number of project management issues that I am supporting the Stranraer Development Trust with, and once we work through those, the Development Trust will take a very informed view whether they want to proceed and start to market this event.
Okay, so basically we're on the case, and we're supporting in any way we can at this moment in time. And obviously there'll be a report that will be coming back to us at some later stage, Ian?
There will indeed, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Willie. I've got Jane and then Pauline.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I absolutely agree with the flexible approach that is being proposed, Andy, and I will support that. This is not really, I suppose, very much to do immediately with this particular proposal, but don't you think maybe that we should be reconsidering whether or not we should be putting public money into an item such as the Galloway Hills Rally, which, with the best stretch of the imagination, doesn't come across to the public as being a very green activity. I not to take away in any shape or form from personal choice. We have absolutely no difficulty with permitting it to happen, but I do wonder about the level of public support and public money that should go into something like this, which does not immediately say to the public, this is a green and carbon neutral activity.
Absolutely. I noticed Formula One. I've got an E classification that's on the worldwide circuit. So your point's well made, but I think that's not what's on the agenda here today, but I'm sure Dougie Campbell will be listening very carefully to what you're saying there, and no doubt agrees with you, as I think most of us do. But we are where we are. I take your point, though. It's well made. Pauline?
Thank you, Chair. Ian, thank you very much for the report today. Can I just say that I'm very positive and enthusiastic councillor with regards to outdoor events, especially cycling, as you know, and I do have a bit of information about point 3.39 on page 186. I wholly encourage the group, the community-based planning group, with the organisation of this event, Ian. And I would just like to make sure that in conjunction with Sweet Spot and your negotiations with the community planning group, that you really think far ahead and in advance about accommodation. There's been a bit of chat about we'd possibly get a lot less entries if we did win the contract, if it's the right contract I'm thinking about. And we don't want to lose entries if people have to stay as far away as Carlisle. And it might be an idea to include private homeowners if they were able to open up for B&B, for example. So it's just an idea. Possibly we need to think out of the box in advance with regards to accommodation, because that might be the one hitch when pitching for the contract. So it's just a point to know. And if you have any background, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pauline. Ian, have you any comment on that?
I thank the member for her comments, and we'll make sure that we invite private sector accommodation representatives onto our planning group if members agree to fund a tour series event next year.
Yeah, just for me, just for clarity, it's the tour who decide where they think the venues are best placed, not us. Is that right?
Yes, it is, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, in that case then I'm going to move to recommendations. Are we happy to note the recommendations 2.1 to 2.9? Okay. I'll take silence as assent. Thank you. So we'll move on to item number 9 now, which is the reopening of leisure facilities, report by the Head of Neighbourhood Services. The report provides members with an update on the reopening of the council-operated leisure facilities across Dumfries and Galloway following the extended lockdown period due to COVID-19. I think we've got Lee Seaton online to answer any questions on the report. Are you there, Lee?
Yes, I am. Yeah, thank you. I'll just give a short summary. In addition, Chair, the report makes reference to a verbal update that we would provide today in terms of facility performance, customer behaviour, since we have reopened the majority of our facilities on the 14th of September. So in terms of our membership numbers, clearly our club health and fitness memberships, our swimming lesson memberships and gymnastics memberships influence heavily the throughput we have through our leisure buildings. So for members' information, just prior to lockdown, within Dumfries and Galloway, our leisure estate had circa 5,500 health and fitness memberships. As we stand today, 23% of those have been cancelled. That's in excess of 1,200. A further 10%, so again over 500, have requested to remain frozen, to stay inactive at this point of time, not making payments, so that they can just assess the situation further before they decide whether to return. In essence, that leaves about 2/3 of our pre-lockdown membership still active, and direct debit payments will recommence this month. In terms of our swimming lessons and gymnastics lessons, they have just phased into a return over the last week. So in terms of a percentage return from parents and children, this ranges from swimming pool to swimming pool across the region. The lowest percentage return rate we have at a site is 69% of children returning to lessons, ranging up to 95% at our DG1 site. In terms of our gymnastics lessons programme, Chair, we have a return rate of parents and children, again, ranging from 66% to 100% full return at our sites in the Stranraer. The final couple of points I would offer just now, in terms of since reopening, we have seen a steady growth from the 14th through to date. Over the past 7 days, we had just under 6,000 attendances across our leisure facilities. That is an increase of some 16% on the previous week. So we are seeing that slow growth. We do know we have reduced capacities now compared to lockdown. And also, just for information, we have begun the phased launch of our Active Communities programme, predominantly outdoors activities that are a range of our stroll in the park, our power walks, our mums on the run, etc., etc. And again, it is pleasing to see a slow increase in that. Attendance has exceeded over 100 last week, and that was a 40% increase on the preceding week. So we are seeing things moving in the right direction. But clearly, we still have a number of customers that are considering the situation in terms of memberships. They do have a bit of further time before their payments will commence and have that opportunity to consider further and then inform us of their decision. So I'm happy to take questions, Chair, on either those points or the wider report.
Thanks, Lee. We appreciate that things change now, sometimes on an hour-by-hour basis for this service. So thanks for the update. Members, have you got any questions for Lee? The only comment I would have is I find the regular memos to individual members and ward updates extremely helpful, because I don't get many people in my ward wanting to know what's happening at Stranraer, for example, but they want to know what's happening locally. Willie's not happy about that, but never mind. I just say thank you very much for those, and I think it's something we should be continuing, and I think the plan is to do that. Sorry, who's one in?
Can you hear me? It's Councillor Tate across at Langham. I've put my hand. Sorry. Here we go.
I've not got anything here. They can't see the hands here because...
there you go.
Was that Ronnie Tate, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, right. Hi, Ron. Just come in. Yeah.
Right, thanks very much. I'm just looking, on this report on page 201, actually. And at the bottom of the page, leisure facilities, the status of the thing. And, okay, I'll talk about the Ethel Centre because that's in my area, really. And it's fully reopened. I can only say that pre-COVID, the centre was open for basically it was 19.5 hours, and at present it is only open 10.2 hours. We were open 5 days a week in Langham, actually, Monday to the Friday. Mondays were in the morning, 9 to 11 a.m., which was actually run by the Eslo Foundation, and it was a similar procedure on the Fridays as well. We were working in partnership with the council. That partnership has never been discussed or reinstated again. The Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays have been reduced from 9 a.m. to 12:30 a.m., which, sorry, I'll start again. It was 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. It is now 4 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. So there has been a reduction, quite a severe reduction in the openings of the gym across at Langham, actually. So I would like Mr. Seaton's view on that, please.
Okay, maybe Lee could pick that up offline, but do you want to give an answer just now, Lee?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, your point absolutely, Chair. Councillor Tate, I'm aware of the partnership we had operating with the community pre-lockdown, which was extremely useful in maximising the opening hours at that facility. I'm very happy to pick up a discussion offline and involve the facility manager to ensure if that isn't meeting the needs of the community just now, we look at where we can try and maximise even further. So I'm happy to pick up straight after the committee with the individual member.
Okay, Ron.
Yeah, can I just come back in again, Andy, actually?
Yep.
Again, on page 202, actually, it does state that in point 3.2.7, that all customers have been directly contacted. Well, I'm actually a member of the gymnasium up at Langham, and I pay X amount every year. I haven't had a dicky bird from anybody on this, on the restructuring of anything. I'm well aware, there's been some stuff online, and you've got to communicate with across Annan, but there's not everybody that's got a smartphone or got a computer. But I certainly have never had any hard copy of anything on the restructuring of the procedures in the gymnasium in Langham.
Again, Lee, can Lee pick that up with you as an individual thing rather than a region-wide issue? Ronnie, please.
Well, I think it's more as an individual thing, Andy, actually. I think it's across the piece, actually. Anybody that I've spoke to across in Langham, I've never had any indication, I've never had any written indication what's actually happening.
Yeah, what I mean is it appears to be localised in Langham, unless anybody's got information elsewhere. Lee, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Absolutely, I'll pick up the point with the member individually. Certainly, my understanding and expectation is that yes, there was the social media correspondence, but we also have had direct email contact out to all those registered members that we have on our system. So that's certainly the expectation. We've been getting feedback from our customers that have asked to freeze or not through those emails. So if there is an omission to anyone in Langham, then I'm very keen to pick that up with Councillor Tate and resolve.
Okay, Ronnie. I've got Ian Blake want to come in. Is it a similar issue, Ian?
Separate issue.
No, just come in now, Ian, yeah.
Right, thank you, Chairman. It's page 201, the reference to the Ice Bowl. The difficulties that have been present at the Ice Bowl, but well, it's been some time since this report will have been prepared. I would just like an up-to-date position because there are considerable demand for this facility.
Lee?
Okay, through you, Chair. Yeah. Tomorrow is actually a critical day where I will have further information that I'm happy to then share with members thereafter. So we have, through Property and Architectural Services, commissioned the ventilation experts that have been supporting us to make our assessments and comply with the guidelines. With our ice facilities, they are the most complex because the more fresh air we bring into that building, the more difficult it is in terms of humidity to achieve the quality of ice. So to try and achieve that middle ground and comply with the guidance, tomorrow we also have an ice specialist company, Ice Tech, arriving on site to meet with our ventilation experts. Property and Architectural Services and myself are meeting there as well to try and find a balanced route from the solutions that are available to us just now. I do know that our ice facilities across the region, for example, Walkerby and Stranraer, are not reopening until the early part of next year, but there are a number of ice facilities that are now beginning to reopen across the country, so I'm very keen that we can join them. So after tomorrow, Chair, I'm happy to put a note out round all members of this committee and indeed full council as we did previously, because it is a regional facility, in my opinion, for the Ice Bowl.
Okay with that, Ian. I believe there's a few of us who are in online, their computers have got a restart. Now, I'm not sure if it's one that you have to do straight away, because if it's not, you can actually pause it and it will restart later. If you wait until the lunch break, Fee's saying to us here, that would be probably the best answer, and it could update during the lunchtime when you're taking refreshments. So, getting back to this, is there anyone else who wants to ask any questions of Lee? No. In that case, then, we'll go to the recommendations. Are we happy to agree 2.1 and 2.2? And obviously, still receive the regular updates for members, Lee, that you've been so good at putting out. Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 10. Thanks, Lee. Okay, item number 10, Capital Investment Strategy, Vehicle Fleet Asset Class Capital Programme, 2019-20 to 2021. Again, by Head of Neighbourhood Services. The report provides members with an update in relation to the outturn of the Vehicle Fleet Asset Capital Programme for 2019-20 and the delivery of the programme for 2021. I've got Harry Hay here, and I hope Gordon is still available, Gordon Bryce, through Teams to take any questions on the report. Harry or Gordon, have you any update on this report? Is there anything you'd like to say before we go to questions?
I'm on the call, Chair. I've no update. Happy just to go to questions.
Oh, thanks, Gordon. That's good. Anybody got any questions in? John Young?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this very optimistic report, and it's very pleasing to see the Council's continuing to invest in electric vehicles. A couple of points. could I ask how the location of new chargers and the type of charger to be put into that location is decided? And secondly, there's a scheme called salary sacrifice, and I wonder if Dumfries and Galloway Council employees are aware of this, because it saves about a third of the cost of purchasing a new electric car. Thank you.
Yeah, through yourself, Chair. The first point, Councillor Young, is the first tranche electric chargers went out. We were basically trying to get them across the region as much as we possibly could within public areas. And to start with, that was the three main areas of Stranraer, Douglas and Dumfries. From here on in, we've actually had a feasibility study done by Energy Trust Scotland. They look at the region as a whole. In this instance, we're looking at the west of the region, and that identifies capacity of substations, identifies the energy infrastructure that's there. It also identifies the amount of population in certain places, and that will point us to where chargers go. Your second point is I'm hoping to bring that paper to the next committee in November the 9th or the 10th on salary sacrifice, with the hope that it will be a benefit for staff and members.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gordon. I've got Tracy, then Ian Blake.
Thank you, Chair. There's no mention specifically on the new rollout of the waste service and the purchase of new vehicles. Have these costs been included, or will there be a further future report on this?
The procurement of the waste vehicles are separate to this capital fund. The budget allocation for that sits within James MacLeod's larger budget on the zero waste project. However, I'm leader on the procurement of those vehicles.
Thank you.
So there is a crossover ideas. Thanks, Gordon. That's good to know. Ian Blake.
Thank you, Chairman. It's in relation to our vehicle fleet. Obviously, our vehicle fleet, particularly pool vehicles, have been underused this year with the current restrictions and people working from home. Bearing in mind we're still in the middle of this pandemic and future working arrangements may very well change, is there a consideration to actually reduce the fleet or not replace at this time, other than by replacements possibly for electric vehicles or 2 electric vehicles? In other words, just to lower the overall number of vehicles that we have.
Through yourself again, Chair. So the original intention pre-COVID was to reduce the fleet. It always is that has that sentiment to ensure that we're fully utilising our assets. However, through COVID, the underutilisation of the fleet hasn't quite happened. That's a perception, but because we have to socially distance work crews, that takes more vehicles. Because services like social work have never stopped and the demand has grown, that takes more assets than they would usually use. We're still working through the figures on the actual utilisation of the fleet, but what we're finding at the moment is that it hasn't been really reduced to the figures that everybody would expect. But the next time we come with this paper, I'll put a paragraph in there with some utilisation figures on usage specifically.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, is that you, Ian? Anyone else wanting to come in with any questions, Willie? Sorry.
Yeah, maybe follows on from Tracy's questions, and I know Gordon has answered that it is to be part of a different report. I'm looking at page 204. And the table there, where income sales of vehicles, and it's bracketed as 144,000, and maybe it's some consolation. Is this part of the sale or the scrap vehicles, the new vehicles that were purchased for the rollout or the recycling service, or is that just something that's going into the abyss?
I'm not sure if it's the right time to ask. It's a very good question, Willie. Gordon, can you answer that, or Would you have to give someone else to do that?
No, I can answer that, Chair. Income's based on sale of assets or fleet assets, which we put back into the budget. Some of that 144 is relating to the vehicles that Councillor Scobie was talking about.
Okay, well, you want to come back and then I've got Ian Blake
Yeah,
again.
maybe we should have more detail on that then, because how many were purchased, how much have we sold them for, what were they purchased at, what cost, and you know, what, is this the 144 that we've got from the sale of those vehicles? I think we need more narrative in that and more detail. It's not in the report, so I would hope that that'll carry over and we get that detail to all members.
I think that's a fair ask, Gordon. Is there any way we can put that into a spreadsheet of some description and share with the 21 members?
Absolutely, Chair. I can put a wee briefing together on that based on the sort of capital purchase cost to what they depreciated over the life of them and what we eventually sold them for. Yeah, I'll do a briefing paper separately on that.
Thank you very much. I see you're not required. Ian, thanks very much for letting me know. Anyone else then want to come in on this? No. In that case then, I'm going to move to the recommendations. So again, I'll be happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2. Agreed. Thank you very much. We'll move on now to item number 11, which is the Capital Investment Strategy Land Asset Class Capital Programme 2021 update. Again, a report by the Head of Roads and Infrastructure. Report provides members with an update in relation to the projects and financial progress of the Land Asset Capital Programme for 2020 and 2021 from the 1st of April 2020 to the 30th of June 2020. So that's a quarterly timescale I think you've got here. I think we've got Karen Brownlee online to take any questions on this. Are you there, Karen?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, is there anything you'd like to add to this report, or are you happy just to go to questions?
Nothing further to add. Happy just to go straight to questions. Thank you.
Okay then, so we're in members' hands. Any questions for Karen? Davy Stetton.
Cheers. Karen, on page 217, it's under Stewardship, there'll be a cemetery proposed extension. Is that got to be a purchase order, or is that when they've been testing the bit of ground, it's not got to be suitable for any further extension?
Thank you, Councillor Stitton, and through you, Chair. That proposed extension is at the very early stages of progression. So currently, through various services within the council, we're looking at the feasibility survey in relation to that. That project will continue over a number of years, and members will be kept fully up to date with progress in relation to it.
Thank you.
John Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Karen, quite a bit of interest in Dumfries now is about the fountain and the thing. Have we got a timeline or any idea what's happening with the fountain and just in for the Plainstains?
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Currently, officers are working with property services and economic development in relation to progressing that project. Again, it's at the very early stages, and we don't have any confirmed timescales associated with that. Again, this project will be reported regularly through Communities Committee, but also ward members will be kept up to date specifically as well.
I understand that what's happening just now, like this project seems to have been taking an awful length of time to get going, like, and as I say, this is what's happening, like, you get members of the public coming up to you asking when's something happening here. It's supposed to have been started a while ago.
Yeah, I think that's a statement, John. Eh? Yeah, absolutely. I've got Sean Marshall now.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a similar question. It was just in relation to the Eastriggs War Memorial. There's work being scheduled in there for the widening of the gate and to make accessible for wheelchair users. I take it, Karen, that won't be ready for this November, for when the armistice ceremony is taking place.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. My understanding is no work is not that far progressed, but I will ask the local manager and to contact you directly to give you an update on that.
Thank you.
Karen, can you make that all the ward members? Yeah.
Yes, certainly.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm seeing no more asks to speak, so I'm going to move to the recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2? Agreed. Thank you very much. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
I'm now moving on to item number 12, which is the Infrastructure Capital Programme 2019-20 Outturn Report and Infrastructure Capital Programme Finance and Progress Monitoring Report by Head of Roads and Infrastructure. The report provides members with a financial and progress summary for the projects and programmes contained within the 2019-20 Infrastructure Asset Class Capital Programme, and it also details amendments to the 2021 Capital Programme as a result of the 1920 outturn position and COVID-19. And it provides members with a financial and progress update for the projects and programmes contained within the 20 to 21 Infrastructure Asset Class Capital Programme. I've got James MacLeod available through Teams to take any questions, and we've got a full squad here of Duncan MacDonald, Brian Templeton, Bob Green and Mike Fox, who are also available to answer specific questions in relation to their area of expertise. James, you're there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm here, and nothing to add to the report.
Okay. We're happy. Thanks very much. Ian Howe, you've got your hand up.
Thanks, Chair. If we look at page 228, 3.57, A755 Kirkcudbright Bridge, the last time this, I believe, came before committee was in September last year, when the committee was asked to approve £20,000 for this scheme. So somewhat surprised to see that contracts have been awarded to the value of coming up to 40,000 and we've been asked to approve that. I know this scheme well. It never really worked. I'm loath to spend £40,000 to replace it. And I think this is a time that we have an opportunity to put a stop, put the brakes on this, and reassess what can be done to address this problem in Kirkcudbright, because frankly, this system never worked, and we should consider alternatives.
James?
Sorry, yes, thank you, Chair. I've got Duncan MacDonald with me. We didn't catch the first part of the statement from Councillor Howie, but I believe he was questioning the value to the works. The works are currently, as has been advised to local members, on site for the repair of the structures, the vehicle detection system. But I'll pass over to Duncan to provide details of the costings of that.
Duncan.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and the cost. There was three elements to the works, and there was the vehicle detection, there was the wigwag signs, and there was some other equipment on the ground and standard signage to be picked up. So that's why the costs are what they are. There's three strands to the work. In terms of the second question, the second point that was made about the equipment itself and how successful it's been in the past, my understanding is yes, it hasn't been working for some time, and we obviously needed to remedy that and get the system working again, and that's what we're doing now. We will be monitoring going forward in terms of how effective it is, and we're also considering CCTV equipment to support the vehicle detection system, and also working with the police on this to see if we can get a more robust system.
Thanks very much. Okay, I've got a number of speakers wanting in. I've got Dougie Campbell, Jane, Pauline, Willie, Ian Blake. I'll take them in that order. If so, Dougie.
Thanks, Chair. I had a couple of questions, but the first one has been partially answered in relation to Kirkcudbright Bridge. I'd just like to. I understand why the cost has risen, but I would just ask that we get this completed as soon as possible, because we're fast approaching a year now since this problem first occurred, and I have to say. Local residents and indeed ward councillors have been very patient, but can I make a plea, please, can we get this resolved ASAP? My main question, however, is in relation to the Glen Lee flooding signs. I appreciate that there are flooding potential on roads in the whole area. However, my one concern is that if DRACS are providing the flood alert and the solution to close the road is for roads department staff to be called out to put that in place, there's going to be a time delay in that. And having spoken personally to some of the people directly involved in the flood back in December, where a number of vehicles were actually caught in that flood and were very fortunate not to come to harm. They described to me a very fast-moving wall of water. So there is a risk, I believe, that the delay between the alert being issued by DRACS and the roads department putting measures to actually close the road presents a risk. And I was just wondering if officers could give me any assurance that that has been considered and that the risk is being mitigated in any way. Thanks, Chair.
Somebody pick that up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just for yourself, the advice that we had. So initially, as you're aware, we did look, Councillor Campbell, at the concept of the installation of signage, temporary signage, being installed by the DRACS staff. Advice from legal services on that, in terms of the authority that they would have and the responsibilities they would have installing that signage, and the agreement that DRACS offered us in terms of the council underwriting that. Our advice was that we should retain the responsibility for installing any road closed signage should the road be liable to a depth of flooding that would be at risk to the travelling public. So we are continuing on that basis, and as you're aware and as you point out, not just within that catchment, but in other locations across the region, sections of road are liable to flooding at times. To keep driving the travelling public aware that the roads are liable to flooding, as you can see from 3.83 in the committee report, the intention is to install signage which will indicate that the road is liable to flooding, and to discourage through the additional signage of do not enter floodwater, to try and ensure that the travelling public don't think it's a risk worth taking to enter the floodwater as they see it. That's the best advice we have at the moment from legal services. As we say, this signage should be installed towards the end of this month, the end of October, beginning of November, and we'll continue to get the stage 2 warnings from DRACS as to potential for the road flooding to allow us to attend the site.
Can I just come back in that, Chair, please?
Yeah, it's okay, Dougie.
James, are you saying that DRACS will still put out the road closed signs in advance of the roads department coming out? Which would be great if that is the case, albeit it's not their sort of statutory responsibility. But I'm still a bit apprehensive about the gap in time between the flood warning and the road closed signs being put out by the roads department, because, as I said earlier, the experience from the flood in December appears to be that it was a pretty sudden flood as a consequence of a really heavy, exceptional heavy downpour in the local area. I suppose that's bringing in the climate change agenda as well. But can you give any sort of indication of what the time lapse would be between the Drax warning and the road signs actually being put in place?
With regards to the incident that happened last December, it was, as you say, a localised high rainfall event, is our understanding from speaking with Drax, Stuart Ferns at Drax. The normal flooding events give a number of hours where they think they're going to hit a stage 2 level where flooding of that road would occur generally from the main catchment. And we're obviously our roads service colleagues will look to attend as soon as practicable, bearing in mind that we also have other locations that may need attendance in these kind of events. As I said, it is not possible for us to allow Drax to install road closed or road flooded signage because of the way that, should there be an issue. So to give you an example, if signage was put out that said road closed, and during the installation of that signage, one of the Drax employees was hit by a passing vehicle, if they hadn't had the proper training to install the signage, and they weren't trained and they weren't suitably dressed and using the correct vehicles with the correct beacons and such like on it, then the roads department could be responsible for the damages caused, the incident, and so this is why the signage needs to be put out by our own trained staff, acknowledging that there is potentially a delay in that. And so the reason for going for the additional permanent signage there is to warn people who are less familiar with the road that the road is liable to flooding, and furthermore not to enter the floodwater if there is any floodwater standing on the road. And I think that's part of the problem, that the entering the floodwater thinking they can get through can lead to issues of cars then stopping in deeper water.
Okay, Dougie, I'm going to ask you to take this up with officers on a local level rather than the strategic committee, if that's okay. I've got quite a number of people wanting to speak now. In the order that I've got here, I've got Jane, Pauline, Willie, Ian, Blake and Sean. So can we get Jane first?
Thanks very much indeed, Andy. I'm going back to the issue that was raised by Councillor Howie. I'm just a bit curious about the governance surrounding the apparent doubling of the cost of this particular project. I mean, this time last year it cost 20,000 and now it's 40. And so I really want to pick away how this actually gets authorised. I appreciate that we're talking about one particular project, but I think there's a principle here, Chairman, which I just need to understand.
James?
I'm not sure I can answer that at this stage. I suspect I'll hold up my hands and say part of this is associated with access to committees perhaps on this work and approval of this work and keenness to get on with it. So maybe we can take this, I can seek further guidance and come back to members on how we've got this position in terms of an increased cost that exceeds what we'd asked for previously. But you know, a keenness to get on with the work before it was approved. You'll appreciate that there's a number of items within this programme of works identified in here that we're seeking approval for, although the works have been completed. There's still an intention to remain within the programme lines, the budgets within the programme lines, within the report, within Appendix 3, which details the programmes of works per line.
Thanks, James. Can I just remind members not to put your hand up, to use the chat? That's the preferred way, because I can see it on the big screen here to get people in the right order. Those of you who don't have that facility, that's a different matter. Okay, so I'm moving on. I take it that's the answer for that question just now. Willie, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at page 229, 3.69, re the Dromore Coastal Road, and again on page 230 at 3.70 down to 3.71. Could I first of all place on record, Chair, my thanks to Duncan MacDonald and Mike Grunwell. Both are a credit to this council and to public servants, with a can-do attitude that they displayed at the meeting that I had with them, with the Grinnan residents. Also caring in teeth for taking the detailed notes of the meetings and the way that we had to conduct with the residents on that day. And it's really just to highlight the points in 3.70, discussions and negotiations are developing with the local landowner. And this is in reference to the alternative route that the Grinnan residents could take once this negotiations has concluded. And I would hope that Duncan could maybe give us an indication just how far on he is with the negotiations, and that these will be concluded as swiftly as possible. Just on 3.71, Chair, where it says we have sought to modify the road closure procedures, and again the residents were highly impressed and satisfied with what was being put on offer, in that the barrier at the bottom of the Grinnan Road would not be a secure barrier as such, but that the residents could get access. And I think the time quoted at the meetings were 2 hours before high tide, when there is an alert warning from a yellow warning or whatever warnings there are from SEPA. And again, in between times, provided it's safe to do so, and so forth. So again, I would hope that we can maybe get some indication from Duncan, just the progress that is being made in terms of the alternative route that would satisfy everyone, and that the residents will not be locked in or out. And that was the agreement we got on the day, and I think the residents would be satisfied with that. I will take up Duncan did write to us yesterday, and I'll take up the individual issues with Duncan in terms of the notes.
If you could please, Willie, that would be really helpful. And thanks for that contribution. I don't think you need any response, Duncan, from that, but thanks for that. I've got Ian Blake and then Sean.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the Kirkcudbright Bridge issue is going to be dealt with by James MacLeod, but certainly would like to support Councillors Howie and Maitland in questioning this. It was quite clearly a 20k investment, and if there was 3 strands to it, surely that should have come out when that investment was up. But secondly, it's in paragraph 3.88, reference to the road junction at Triqueer Road, Pleasance Avenue, the traffic lights. I do appreciate that it's put on hold because of the COVID situation, but I would certainly like to press that this be progressed as quickly as possible now. It is a very bad location for pedestrians. There's no pedestrian whatsoever there, and personally I think it's an accident waiting to happen, so I would like to see this one get progressed soon. Thank you.
Okay, any comment on that, James?
Yeah, just to say that yes, that is absolutely the intention. Certainly, the push from Stephen Herriot, our head of service, to the team to see that piece of work at Triqueer Road, Pleasance Avenue is started. As you can see, the intention is to, even if we need to undertake a shutdown of site works to allow to allow the agricultural show to take place next year. The intention would still be to push this scheme out this financial year.
Okay, thanks, James. Sean?
I'll let Pauline in first, Chair, if that's okay, because I think she's only got about 12 minutes left.
That's great. Thank you. Is that okay, Chair?
Okay, Pauline.
Sorry, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sean. Thanks for the report, James and Duncan. It's just a quick question with regards to Kirkcudbright Bridge. I'm sorry to go back to it, but we've had a lot of constituent concerns about it because the project's been ongoing. Could you just confirm with me, Duncan, we do know that vehicles over 17 tonnes with slurry tankers, etc., with tractors, have continued to use the bridge over the period of time, even when the system's been part working. We have loads of photographic evidence, but nothing is able to be done about it. If people have to reverse with the new system, with slurry tankers or HGVs, have we got a system in place? That's really what I do need to know. And again, I'm happy to take that off record. If you want to write to me separately or drop me an email, I'd be really grateful just to appease the worried constituents. And then on to page 237. 3.1.2 with regards to the Spaces for People programme. We are aware that this has been going on in Castle Douglas, and I would really like to make the point that it's important that we get a report back on that, or indeed look for community engagement, because there's not a lot of support for a cycle lane in the main street. There's a lot of support with shopkeepers both and residents in Kirkcudbright and Castle Douglas that they would like a one-way system either up or down King Street, and then utilising Queen Street for the other way and a bike lane in one of those quieter streets. So really I would urge a community consultation. Otherwise we're going to spend government money and probably have to dig it all back up again. So it was just those 2 points. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I'm probably going to get logged out now, but thanks a lot. I'll come back in via my phone if I am. Thank you.
Okay, James, we can maybe get in touch with the local ward members about this and just give them all of the updates that they require and all the, you know, the questions they've been asking. I'm just seeing what's been flashed up on some screens there, and I think actually the main one for us is about to be closed down unless we can do something about it in 15 minutes. So kind of quickly, can we get Sean and Ian Carruthers to get their questions in, and then we'll probably just then go for lunch break, and that'll let the computers to restart. And I think as a committee we need to take it up with the IT team to say that they shouldn't be restarting mandatory things in the middle of committees. But okay, so Sean first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I might be a bit sad, but it's a bit like Christmas when there's the publication of the capital programme. I look to see what's going to be done in my ward, and then I promote what the council is going to do through the community councils, etc. And generally the reports are thought better, but I'm just looking at page 255 from the 2019 capital programme, and there's a lot more detail on status, but I do notice that it states on quite a few, and the one I'm talking about is Dornoch. It's the footway improvements. It's to continue with phased work that's already been started in previous years, but it says project not progressing, not project carried forward. And I think I'm right in saying that councillors don't get any notification when there's an item on the capital programme and then for whatever reason the project's not progressing. So maybe an improvement going forward is to drop the ward members an explanation why progresses are not progressing and not being carried forward. Because when I look at page 281, and I would have expected to see, because it's a phased programme and there's a requirement for an improved footway between Eastriggs and Dornoch, that it's not on the list for footway improvement. So I just wondered if anyone would comment on that.
Just before anybody comes in, could we keep these very localised ward issues to the localised ward thing? This is a strategic committee, and I appreciate you're able to ask some questions, but when we're getting down to bits of footpath in an individual ward, that's not really a major strategic issue, I would suggest.
Chair, sorry, but I'm making a more general point on the reports that when it says project not progressing, then there's no explanation, I don't think, to the ward member why that's the case. So there is a strategic question that I've put in there.
The strategic question there is the status or where the different repairs or whatever maintenance are at a time. So I've got that message. I think James has got that as well. I'm very conscious that we're about to get cut off, it would appear. So I need to get Ian Blake in first. I'm sure officers can speak to you about your very local issues, Sean.
Sorry, Chair, I'm coming again.
Sorry, Sean, no, you won't. With the greatest respect, it's a local issue. Ian Carruthers, please.
Thanks, Chair. So sorry, I mean, Sean's just picked up on one of the points I was going to raise, so I'll be very, very brief, and potentially the questions can be raised out with. And it was a general question rather than, so Appendix 2, Sean's alluding to, and through there's a number of points where it says the project won't carry on. It just, what happens? I need a further explanation. Similar concerns to what Councillor Marshall's just raised. Do they just drop off the list? They're not revisited? How's that communicated to councillors? So I'll leave it at that, Chairman. I noticed that on page 227, again, hopefully got an update today, but if not afterwards, 3.47, sorry. It's Crillers Bridge, Waterbeck. I've been asked to ask about an update in regards to that. It's supposed to be finished by tomorrow. Just how far off is that being finished? And on page 233, I think it is. It is 233. It talks about in 3.93 Limekilns toll bar. I just wonder, is that Park Nuke toll bar? Take that offline as well. Just for the sake of accuracy, I don't think Limekilns has a toll bar, but the farm right next to it called Park Nuke does. So it's maybe just a local thing. Thank you, Chair, for your call.
Right, okay, thanks very much. Right, Sean, you've got a few minutes. Come back in now if you've got a question.
No, I just thought the question that I asked was a general question on the report. It's just, I just wanted explanation with regards to, do members get notification when a project is not progressing within their ward?
James? I know we get road a report that comes out to us once a week on a Friday, I think it is, isn't it?
Chair, the general point I'm making is when it says project not progressing, there really should be some explanation given to the ward members why that's the case, because there doesn't seem to be any explanation that I've seen why a project is not progressing.
Okay, so if I'm getting what you're wanting here, James, I think what they're looking for is when we get that road report, what roads are going to be closed, etc., and stuff like that, that if something's not going ahead, can we tell them why? Is that easy to put in?
I'll speak to colleagues on that. I think that's a reasonable request. If projects are being dropped, because we don't want committee, as you say, to turn into discussion on individual projects and why they're not being progressed. So when members see this, they should be aware of why they're not being progressed. Or alternatively, once the papers are published, to come to us individually if they haven't maybe seen it in a previous communication, to come to us individually on that out with the committee. So absolutely happy to do that.
Okay, thanks very much. That should actually meet the need for that. I've got one last question. We've got 6 minutes before we get cut off. Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. I didn't mean it to be as a question. I was just busy writing a message. I think the road report sets out when what's being done. I think what's being asked for is when what's not being done. And I think every member will have an issue in their particular ward. It would be really helpful either if we could channel it through the ward manager or get reports back from James or some other mechanism that makes sure we're kept appraised of what's not being done as well as what's being done.
That's a very well made point, Jim. I think the Vice Chair and I will take that with Derek at our communications meeting on the Monday morning. So take it as read that we'll be bringing that up in a better way of informing members about what's been done and what's not been done. Okay? We comfy with that? Derek? Yep. Okay, that's fine. So it's on the agenda for Monday for Derek and myself. And that, I would suggest, James, it's not just your service. I would think it's a number of other services as well when we've got a problem. It's a communications problem here, I think, rather than a roads issue.
Chair,
Cheers, come in, James, yeah.
Respectfully interrupt. Would like to go back to the item with regards to Kirkcudbright Bridge, and could I maybe pass over to Duncan to discuss the costs and a way forward for members to consider?
Certainly, Duncan, just come in, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, some of the additional cost in the project is obviously linked to the COVID period that we've endured. So there's quite a number of months there where we've obviously still had the temporary traffic signals in place and the costs associated with that. We had hoped to have been on site obviously much earlier in the year, but that obviously hasn't been the case. So where we are now, we've got onto it as soon as we could. I just would want to ask, are the members minded to suspend these works at the moment, or are we clear that we've got the backing to proceed and finish them?
I'll let the Director come in.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you might, conscious of time, but I think that the officers raised a very important point. There has been questions raised about the costs of this, and therefore I think we need to be absolutely clear. Does the committee wish to continue with these works, or indeed do they wish to, and I'll use the word, abort them? Because we need clear direction on this matter, given the points that have been raised, particularly by local ward members. Thank you.
So I think for me the important question then in here is what impact will that be able to be met within current budgets, Derek, or are we going to have to do something different?
Leave it to the officer to give the definitive position, Chair, but my understanding is the capital infrastructure budget could accommodate these costs. It's acknowledged that they've cost greater than was originally anticipated, but the recommendation from officers is to proceed on these increased costs. But given the points that are made, as I understand it, there could be an option to abort. Clearly that has significant implications, but nonetheless it's still an option for this committee today. Thank you.
Okay, I've got one last speaker. I'm coming in, then I'm going to go to the recommendations, and I'm also taking cognizance of what the Director's just said there. Jane, do you want to finish off the discussion? Yeah.
Well, to be absolutely honest, I'm not absolutely sure that we could take a decision today, because I don't think we've got the alternative information in front of us. This decision was made pre-COVID, and things have changed, The way people use streets and the methods in which people want to travel has changed. People are more interested in walking, more interested in cycling. We could have been given an option, for example, to have a permanent set of traffic lights, but with constant wide access for bicycling and pedestrians. So actually, I'm slightly nettled about this whole proposal because I think we probably could have changed it. If I was given the option, I would stop it and reconsider, personally.
I think we're reaching a situation where I thought we might have to have a vote here on something I didn't think needed a vote, to be honest. Are we saying here that we stop the use of that bridge now? That's the question. Because we can't abort it in 2 weeks' time or something. It's either not safe to do it now, or we can't do it, or we go ahead and allow them to spend the money that's needed to make it right. So that's the stark choice. If I'm reading this correctly, and I'm kind of looking round about, then I'm not seeing anybody else coming in.
Chair, there's a number of people trying to get in.
Dougie.
Right.
Thanks, Chair. There's a number of people trying to come in via the comments box. Just to be clear, and my input on this is, as far as I'm concerned, the issue of additional cost has been adequately explained. All I'm asking for is for the work to be completed as previously agreed as soon as practically possible. I do not agree with abandoning the project. Thank you.
Okay, so that's one view. Is there any view counter to that?
Chair, if you come in, I'm having problems with the phone.
Hang on a second here. We don't know who it is, so just jumping in. Who is it?
Councillor Howitt, I'm having problems with the phone, Chair.
Is it Ian Howie?
Yeah.
Okay, and then, yeah, come in, Ian.
Chair, my view is the same as which to support Councillor Maitland, and if she's putting a motion forward, I'm happy to second it. The lights have been up for over a year now. I can't see any logical reason why they couldn't remain in place until another report came back detailing the various options that's open to us. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got Dougie Campbell saying to go ahead. We've got Jane and Ian Howie saying abort. That's basically what we're saying. Is there anybody to second Dougie Campbell's motion? Or amendment, whichever one's got to come first. Adam? Adam's got to second that. So we have a vote here. The motion would be to abort, because that was first in. Yes, it was, Willie. It was moved and seconded first. The amendment is to continue the work as soon as. To continue the work as agreed. And that's Dougie Campbell, seconded by Adam Wilson. So that would be the amendment.
Chairman.
Jane? Jane, we're not hearing what you're saying.
I suggested that we should stop what we are doing at the moment and consider the options. I did not say or use the word abort.
We'll change the wording to stop now, and as the original motion, and the amendment to that is to continue as already agreed. Going with the previous decision. Willie, is it a point of order because we're ready to go to vote?
Yeah, yes, Chairman, and I think we need some governance here, because what I heard being asked there was to stop what we're doing just now and to consider the options, and that would mean a further report. And I think that's the most logical way to move forward on. And if people are unhappy with what's before them, then we need the fullest of information before us in a report. And I'm not happy with voting on something that I don't know what I'm doing. You know, a Henry Ford car almost. I'd much prefer to see a report coming back so that we all knew what we were doing.
As it says just now, we have a motion from Jane Maitland to stop the work and reconsider the options. That's been seconded by Ian Howie. We have an amendment by Councillor Dougie Campbell, seconded by Adam Wilson, to continue as had previously been agreed. Is that competent? Is either one of these competent? I'm asking the Governance Officer for advice just now.
Yes, you want me to outline the motion amendment, Chair? I've got a motion proposed by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor Howie, to stop the work at Kuberry Bridge now to allow for a report to be brought back to reconsider options. Amendment proposed by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Wilson, to progress as set out in the report with the work to be continued as soon as possible. Okay. So,
okay, are we ready to move to vote?
Chair, could I just point out, is everybody in?
Right. Is everybody online to vote?
No, we're quoted online. That's the thing. The committee's quoted at this moment in time. John, can we need to move this on? Yeah.
No, as I say, we've already agreed for the spend on this project. It's only the additional spend that we're actually voting on.
Absolutely. So I'm ready to move to vote. Okay. So just to be absolutely clear.
Chair.
Yeah. Amendment.
Vice Chair. Councillor Blake. Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Dookie Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Davidson.
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster. Councillor Dempster. Not currently present. Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Howie.
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls.
Motion.
Councillor Little.
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland.
Motion.
Councillor Marshall.
Amendment.
Councillor Ronnie's not been in the meeting. Councillor Scobie.
Motion.
Councillor Stitt.
Amendment.
Councillor Tate.
Motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
And Councillor Young.
Amendment.
We'll go back and see if Councillor Dempster's there. Councillor Dempster? No. Amendment carried 9 votes to 8.
Thank you. So that means that we are agreeing 2-1 to 2-7. Yep. Agreed. Thanks very much. I'm now going to take a lunch break. It's what, 10 past, thereabout. Between 5 and 10 past, we'll come back here at what, 20 to 2, somewhere about there. Let's go 25 to 2, okay? Thank you. Okay, live. That's us live from now. Thanks very much, everybody, and welcome back to anybody who's watching in online. Just for some housekeeping, Claire, have we got a sederant? Sorry, are we quorate, I think is the question.
Yes, I can confirm we're quorate. Everybody's rejoined the meeting, 18 members present.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 13, the Flood Protection Schemes Update Report by the Head of Roads and Infrastructure. The report provides members with an update on the Council's flood protection schemes at the White Sands, Newton Stewart, Langham and Stranraer, and to update and progress with the Shoreline Management Plan. I've got Michael Smith and Brian Templeton available in teams to take any questions on the report. Welcome the two of you. Are you online?
Yes, Chair.
Thanks very much. I think that was Brian. Have you any update for us, or are you happy to go to questions?
I've got a few points, Chair, if I can. A sort of general point for Langham, Newton Stewart and the Shoreline Management Plan. We're looking at different ways to sort of progress these schemes and different ways of sort of engagement during these current times of COVID. So we'll be looking at options and we'll be seeking advice from Kirsty Peden and our team just to make sure that any proposals that we bring back to members meet the proper guidance. Second point refers to 3.36. We've updated our visuals for the Langham flood scheme. They've been updated on the Council's flooding website, and we've updated your ward members and your community council. And the final point, 3.4, relates to, we've updated the 4 ward members for Stranraer with a timetable, which is the best anticipated timescales and dates to get the 2 outstanding work items finished. And that's me, Chair.
Okay, Brian, you obviously shared the visuals for Langham with me last night, and thank you for that. Can you just confirm that the local ward members have all been shown the visuals at this stage, yeah?
Yes, Chair, we've sent the visuals to the ward members, or certainly sent them the link to view these, yes.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm ready just to go to questions. I've got Ian Blake in first and then Willie.
Thank you, Chairman. It's in relation to the White Sands flood protection scheme. Paragraph 312 states about the formal notice and the fact how that was delayed with COVID-19. Paragraph 313 goes on to now that the restrictions have started to ease. I would really question that. I think when we see the picture nationally with COVID and even more locally, I don't think they're going to be easing. I think they're going to be tightening. And I would really question that this is the time to go ahead with this formal notice at this time.
Ian, I understand it's a formal process, but I'll let the officers come in. Brian?
Yes, Chair, I think James is going to cover this point.
Okay, here you come, James.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse my time delay at getting the buttons all pressed to speak. The council's taken advice from legal services in terms of an appropriate time to go through the completion of the formal process of notification. We have letters drafted and the notice drafted for the Edinburgh Gazette and local paper. The notification will be available within the Hewitt Library, which is presently open a number of hours per day during the week, and we feel it's appropriate that at this time the notification process is followed in the 6 weeks to potentially object to the process rather than the scheme. that it's the following the Flood Risk Management Act and the regulations. It's progressed now.
Thanks. James, just for clarity, any appeal would be against whether the process has been correct. Am I right in that assumption?
Sorry, could you repeat that again, please?
I think what I'm trying to get at here, any appeal is not about whether there should be a scheme or not. It's has the process been correct in the, leading up to the decision that was taken. That's my understanding. Can you just, if it's wrong understanding, could you clarify for me?
Yes, I can confirm that the process that in terms of the objection, it's an objection to the process that's been followed. So it's an objection to the process that's been followed either by Dumfries and Galloway Council or by Scottish ministers in their approval of the scheme. And any objection is lodged with the Sheriff Court rather than with the Council.
Thanks for the clarity. I think that answers your question, Ian. I've got a number of people wanting in now. Do you want to come back in, Ian?
Yes, please. Yeah. That in no way was a suggestion. It was where they could object against the scheme. I'm very much aware of that. But I think the reasons given for the delay in implementing this have not really changed to any degree. We're not in full lockdown yet. We are on restricted, and even your library is only restricted openings. I would just question. I think we should delay this further until the COVID position is totally clear.
James.
I mean, that it certainly is a. Sorry, excuse me, pausing on this, Chair. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with that. It is a very difficult situation that we're in terms of the notification. We spoke to Scottish Government earlier in the year in March time when they wrote to us, and we agreed through our legal services that it was appropriate to not publish, as required by the legislation, the decision of Scottish ministers. So we put a notification in the paper to advise that a decision had been reached, but that we weren't starting a formal 6-week objection period on the process. I mean, yeah, I can't disagree that there is the potential that this notification period may be impacted by further restrictions on COVID restrictions. So it's all new territory for us all. Ultimately, that we can take legal advice, and we've done that, and we believe it's the right time to go. But the decisions are, I would say, lie with members for if they feel that if there's a need to hold this back further. But what we're presenting is what we consider to be the appropriate way forward at this time.
Okay, Ian. Rob Davison will come in on that very point. Rob.
Thanks, Chairman. The issue, as I see it, is potentially the 2-week circuit breaker lockdown that's being mooted at the moment, but clearly hasn't got the length of being formally communicated, unless I've missed something from in any lunchtime briefings today. Certainly that seems to have been circulating as a possibility, and the likelihood of that timing being over or a portion of the school holidays this month, given that they happen in different places. If we go ahead at this point and that were to happen, do we extend the 6 weeks by 2 weeks to take into account the fact that clearly there might be a very real issue in terms of people being able to move around, access documents, go to a location to view them, etc. Can that be built in as a contingency plan if this does happen? Clearly, we don't know either way at this point whether it will or not, and much depends on how the virus performs. But I do think there is potentially an issue there. Whether to be the circuit breaker lockdown, then that might have an impact on the length of time people would have to actually avail themselves of the consultation. Thanks, Jim.
Okay, I suppose the technical question, James, would be if that 2-week break is brought about, Is there the ability to add 2 weeks at the end of what would have been the formal 6-week period because of the legislative break required under COVID regulations?
Chair, it is my understanding that no, there is no allowance to extend the 6-week period. That's written in the legislation, that's written in the Act. And therefore, if we start the 6-week period, that would be it. It's obviously, I mean, difficult to say, well, when do you start that 6-week period, knowing that there's a potential that things could change during that 6 weeks if things get worse in terms of COVID. So there's always going to be a point where you're going to have to agree to this. But perhaps, as Councillor Davidson refers to, you know, having a potential that there's a 2-week, what was it called, circuit breaker, that, you know, there may be appropriateness to change that. We could certainly seek guidance from legal services and from Scottish Government on this, if that would be of benefit. You'll appreciate that, you know, the paper was written, you know, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we've obviously been doing quite a bit of work in terms of pulling together the address list and the notice and so on and so forth. So what we're presenting today didn't really take into account the fact that things have got worse over the last couple of weeks, perhaps, in regards to COVID potential restrictions.
Okay, so on the very same point, I've got to introduce John Martin, because he's got a question on the same point. Yeah.
It's on that, like, as I say, the First Minister has not announced any new restrictions in Scotland today. So we're just surmising that she may bring in a circuit breaker. This has went on long enough, and I think we should just go ahead and publish and send out the consultation, do the consultation for the 6 weeks and see what happens from there. We're being asked that today. We're just surmising that there could be a circuit breaker. So I think we should just go ahead and go with the recommendations today.
Okay, we'll come at that in a minute. Thanks, John, for the contribution. Okay, so I'm going back to the questions in the line, which they were first posed. Willie was first.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to speak on something that's been 20 to 25 years outstanding, and that's the Stranraer Flood Prevention Scheme. So, you know, we didn't need to wait to COVID for it to be delayed. I'm looking at 3.4.1 and to what Brian has just said, that we did get a timeline. We got it yesterday. And I'll read you the first paragraph. Further to your recent emails to Stephen Herriot and the points you raised at full council, I have been asked to provide you with a timetable of work to progress the work at Stranraer to completion. Now, my first question was, when did we know, when did the officers know about this timeline? And could that have been in the report? Because I did speak at full council as the first paragraph refers to, and I did say I would expect to see it in the report. Now, we got it separate, which somehow I think I should be grateful for it. But, you know, it's this whole providing members with the fullest of information without necessarily having to continually ask for it. So there is a process issue here in terms of members receiving information and when they receive it. When I look at the timeline, Chair, and other members have been asking questions on timelines and delays and so forth, so I don't know if this is a strategic issue or a local issue. But when I look at the timeline that was provided to us yesterday, and members aren't aware of it, because it's not in the report, it's given to local members, then October, as it refers to in paragraphs 3.4.2 and other paragraphs. October, completion of phase 1 works. From October, presuming that's the end of, meaning the end of October, November to December, undertake detailed design of phase 2. The question's got to be asked, you know, why do we need to wait to the completion of one phase before we start the other design on the second one? And why that couldn't have been accelerated so that as completion of phase 1, then phase 2 could commence immediately without having to go from November of 2000, or rather October of 2020 until it says in the email here, it's maybe just a typographical error, April, March, what it maybe means is March, April to May on-site works, there's literally 5 to 6 months of people waiting to see, you know, the progress from phase 1 to phase 2 of the same, literally the same project. So, you know, why all the delays when could work no run concurrently in terms of design when works are going on a phase? And similar to Black Park's November, and then it finishes on site in June to August. I'm not in the habit of jumping onto bandwagons. Well, I'll jump onto Dougie Campbell's bandwagon in terms of climate change. And only yesterday, we got a yellow weather warning of flooding, heavy rain and so forth. These are people who have already suffered severe flooding in Station Street, in Spout Wells and everywhere else. And when I read the timeline, it very much looks like we are dragging our heels as a council to go ahead with all this works. And why is it that we can't get works running concurrently or before, rather than waiting for every one phase to finish to another one to start? I'm quite happy to take up these with the officers in terms of the timeline, but I think strategically we need to be getting to the root cause. You know, why is it that we're needing to wait all these times and timelines, and why can the work not go ahead without necessarily waiting for a completion before you start another issue?
James, I'm going to let you come in if I can, or Brian, one of the two. But to add to Willie's question, you know, is there a time scale, a time schedule that the legislation requires you to work through? Well, it's not just, it can be frustrating for us if we don't understand the processes. So I think maybe there's a wee bit of education needed here for us if there are legal reasons why this has to take place. Yeah. So either Brian or James or whoever wants to answer that one.
Yeah, I'll come in there, Chair. Yes, obviously I'll touch on the first point raised. We couldn't send this timetable out any sooner because some of that information has only came to hand, you know, recently. So that's why we sent it out, yesterday, so that ward members were, kept up to speed what was going on. COVID has impacted the sort of a number of staff, and it's not council staff have been moved to sort of react to COVID measures. We've had a number of external consultants that have been on furlough as well. So, you know, these things happen. Obviously, phase 1 is now finished, as was raised, but you know, again, that was off site for a good 3 or 4 months because of COVID. So it's going on to phase 2 and different phases. You know, all due processes need to be done. You know, detailed design needs to be done. Then you need to put this out to to tender, and that you've got to go through that procurement process, and then you've got to get tenders back. You've got to evaluate the tenders. So, you know, I don't want to, and I could certainly pick it up further with or maybe provide members with a sort of small brief, sort of how these projects go through, and how these projects do seem to take time. And I'm aware that people are frightened, that the properties have flooded in the past, and may do so, in the future. But it's not for the lack of trying to push things through, but due process to sort of get everything done, needs to be met. I think I've picked up everything there.
Yeah, thanks very much, Brian. I think your offer there is some sort of briefing for us to explain the process might be really helpful, probably for all 43 members, not just this committee. But Willie, do you want back in the same question? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think your question was answered, Chair, in terms of is there legislation that dictates the process, and maybe this a briefing in terms of timescales and everything would be helpful. Because if I just pick up, and it's not a criticism of Brian, and nor did I infer any criticism of Brian, but I'm reading from a timeline that says October completion with phase 1 works, when in fact Brian has just said that the work's completed in September. So this says October, which would infer the end of October. So there's a 4-week period. And I'm not getting into the game of nitpicking here. I'm into the game of how do we progress this with all due diligence and with haste, given it has been a 20 to 25-year outstanding and people are living in fear. Climate change as it is, more heavy rains, more yellow warnings that we're receiving every time someone in this area picks it up. That's what they're facing. Am I going to be flooded tonight? So there are periods here that we do need to, or I do need to sit down with officers to say, how can we accelerate this? Taking on board what you say, is it legislation that's governing, or is it that we've got people in COVID still working away from their desk and not doing their day job or doing something else? And that's what is the cause of this. So I think there are legitimate questions that need answered so that we can move forward, and the people who are paying their council tax can say the council is doing everything it can within a reasonable time, because already I'm picking up issues from just what Brian has said in terms of dates and everything else. We need Thank you.
Yeah, if I can just come back in there, Chair, although the works have been completed on site for phase 1, usually takes a good sort of 4 weeks after that for any to settle any claims and close that project down. So obviously, staff that are working on phase 1, although the physical works have ended, have got to then go through any claims, and obviously that can be a long drawn out process too. Plus, we're very close to purchasing land now, and we've just got our legal services colleagues are just sort of finalising that, and that's a big piece of the Stranraer works too. So it might seem that there's not a lot going on the ground, but there's obviously other works being done, and hopefully this land purchase will be signed off soon. Thank you.
Okay, fine. I think the briefing you're offering for us will actually go a long way to address some of the issues that members were unsure of the process. Just clarify it for us and make it more understandable. Right, I've got a number of people else voting in. I've got David Ingalls, Ron Tate, and then Ian Blake again. So in that order, David.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the team for producing this report for us today. Yeah, a couple of questions on the Newton Stewart scheme. There was a community pamphlet or leaflet sent out. Don't know when the last one was, but it would be useful to have that sent out again, an updated one, so that the people who are stopping me and asking about the flood scheme gets them up-to-date information on what's happening. I'm looking at page 296 and the estimated programme for the scheme, and yeah, I'm a wee bit concerned that we might be a wee bit optimistic with this. The likelihood is if this doesn't get publication fairly quickly, then it's going to slip into 2021, and the construction is going to run to 24-25. So, question on the construction, first of all, if this goes ahead and it gets to construction, how long is that construction phase going to be? And at 3.2.1, it states that the documents are almost complete. Now, I think the last 2 or 3 reports we've had in this, it said they're almost complete. So how far are we away from having those complete? And is there a likelihood that the consultation process is going to go ahead before the end of this year? Obviously, given COVID conditions. So, just exactly how confident are we that we're going to be able to get this publication out before next Easter?
Brian, you want to take that?
Yeah, I'll take that, Chair. Yeah, I think there's a couple of points raised, and I'll sort of cover them as I've written them down. It's certainly something that we'll be looking at, and we're just trying to establish the right time to sort of give the sort of members of the public, an update in this leaflet drop, say. But until we get a number of things sort of cleared up how this project's moving. I've touched previously. I know that you're consulting, working on the scheme, and some of the staff who were working on Newton Stewart have been on furlough for some time, and I think that's just coming back in now. So we're sort of engaging now, and we're trying to look, as Paisley said, that we're trying to look at what how we can progress with the current consultation, and what methods can be used. So, these are things that we're looking at. Obviously, the timescales that we always put as the earliest, and that's if everything goes well. So, I can't sort of sit here and say that, and give you a specific date to say that, I'm confident of meeting these dates, but obviously, as a project team, we are trying to meet these dates, and if there's any change to these dates, committee will be updated, and obviously the ward members will be as well. Your construction period for the scheme that size would probably take about 2 years, but again, until what's actually being built, as such, in the form it takes. It's quite hard to put a definitive time scale, but usually you can say about 2 years. I think that was the sort of 4 points that you asked. If I've not covered them.
You okay with that, David?
If I can just come back, Chair, on a couple of quick items. If the schemes are extended and it's likely to be 2024, 25. Is the funding that's coming from the Scottish Government, is that guaranteed? Is it ring-fenced? Is that funding going to be there? Or is there a likelihood that funding may be withdrawn? Basically, is it guaranteed?
Well, I wouldn't like to sit here and speak for the Scottish Government and say that funding is guaranteed, but Scottish Government have said in the past that they'll fund 80% of any viable scheme, and that to my knowledge hasn't changed. But I can't obviously go down that.
It's no question the officer can answer, David.
I think the point I'm making here, Chair, is that all the work that's been done over the last 4 or 5 years, and the work that will be done, I wouldn't like to think there's a risk that that the rug will be pulled out below us when we get to the stage where we're ready to do these flood schemes.
Yeah, I think. Well, as I've said, I've not got that gift to say, but all of the work to date, we're already pulling down 80% Scottish Government funding. So everything to date, Scottish Government funded have paid 80%. So, and I would say that we can continue. Scottish Government have said that pot of money is there for these schemes. So I would hope that it would be there. Yes.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thanks very much, Ronnie Tate. Ronnie, we're not picking anything up.
Can you hear me?
Pick you up now, yeah.
Right. Well, I'll start again then, Chair.
Yes, please. We didn't catch anything at all.
Right, okay. Just to start off by saying I'd like to thank Brian and his team for the visuals that came through last night, and he highlighted the correct height of the defence walls, which is basically been misrepresented across here in Langham by some of the disgraceful graphics that's been put into certain areas in Langham. So I thank him for that, actually. But again, it is very disappointing that we are not deciding at this meeting to discuss the publication of the scheme and the beginning of the 28-day consultation concerning Langham flood prevention. So my question basically is, why all of a sudden, as SEPA come in with this need for an environmental impact assessment? This thing's been going on. I mean, it was flagged up by SEPA way back in 2011, and we've also had many updates and reports over a period of time that have not picked up on this request for an EIA. So that's the question to Brian, actually. The first question to Brian is, why all of a sudden is SEPA looking for an environmental impact assessment?
Brian?
Yes, I'll come in there, Chair. Yeah, I think it's all part of the process. As your scheme gets developed, obviously SEPA's part of that process, and you do get updates. Obviously, our consultant done the scoping exercise, which for some schemes that's all that's needed. But in this particular case, and your sensitivity of the river Esk, SEPA feel that EIA is needed, and that's just a process that we've got to go through.
Yeah, so it's part of the process, Brian. Ronnie, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, just my question is, why all of a sudden have we just come into this present moment in time? Like, why couldn't this have been done previously? Why all of a sudden have we just come in with this?
Well, I don't want to answer for Brian, but I don't think we can answer for SEPA at this time unless Brian's got a reason for it.
I think Michael's going to come in at this point.
Michael, you there?
Yes, Chair. Yes.
Go ahead, Michael.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. It's obviously when we reach the outline design stage, after we've been through the consultations and we've come up with what we consider to be the preferred solution for the flooding in Langham, that's when we obviously need to run the scheme past SEPA. So they make that decision sort of late down through the process as to whether this EIA is required. And in some occasions it isn't needed, and some it is. And SEPA have advised us at Langham that it is. And it's not something they could have made a decision on earlier in the process. They can only really do that once we reach a preferred design of the scheme.
Does that help, Ronnie?
Yeah, that's okay, Chair.
Thank you. I've got Ian Blake wanting to come in. And
Yes, Chairman, thank you. It's back in relation to the White Sands project. I'd like to formally move amendment to the recommendations at 2.1, that we note the position of the White Sands flood protection and public realm improvements, and opt not to move to the statutory notice at this time due to the uncertainty of COVID. Thank you.
Ian Crowther's here, Chair. I'll second that.
John?
With officers' recommendations. It's only a noting. It's a noting paper, actually.
I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, so we've got an amendment from John Martin, seconded by David Stitt, to go with the recommendations.
Chair, before you go to the vote, please.
Yeah.
Does that same stipulation then not surely reasonably apply to the engagement in Newton Stewart? And if not, why not?
I think that's, I was just going to ask for governance advice on that very question. Like, that was Robert came into that, was it?
Yes,
is that,
if it, not for you to answer, it's for the, I think the mover and seconder to explain the difference between the two issues.
Yeah, I think, Ian, that's a very fair point. Is there anything you want to comment on that?
That's a very kind invitation from a deputy leader, but I'd like governance to explain that one. Thank you.
Okay. Governance, would it be competent to only put one back and not the rest?
Thank you. I was actually going to ask for advice from James McLeod, because obviously the timelines have been, I think agreed with the Scottish Government.
James, can you do a technical bit for us there in this then, from governance is asking?
Yeah.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, sorry. A few technical issues here. I think we'd be better at this by now. Apologies for that. There is a difference between the two schemes. The White Sands project has a formal 6-week notification period that we understand is not extendable if there was an issue associated with it, whereas the other schemes, in terms of consultation, there would be the potential to extend those if restrictions were put in place for further restrictions associated with COVID. So that would be my view on the difference between the two.
Okay, just on that one, I've got you, James, then. So is the motion from Councillor Blake competent if we're in a statutory 6-week period?
It's quite a scary thing to ask me, Chair. I would say that I mean, what I can do is I can repeat that with regards to the White Sands project. It is my understanding that the 6-week period cannot be extended once it has been started. So if there was restrictions that came in within that 6-week period, that might be an issue for that 6-week period being legitimate. And I would suggest that consultation with legal services and with Scottish Government would be appropriate. However, I would urge caution that they would necessarily have a definitive answer, because I suspect they're probably in the same situation as us, that it is quite new territory for them.
Okay, I've got Rob Davison wanting to come in just now.
So I understand that the two statutory underpin. Well, one public engagement exercise here is clearly statutory. The other one is one that we are electing to do. However, if I've understood Ian's motion or amendment correctly, it's based on the fact that there's uncertainty regarding the current situation with COVID and the implications that might have for conducting the engagement or the 6-week process. Now, exactly the same point is made with regard to Newton Stewart when COVID restrictions permit. So I'm asking why his motion doesn't apply to both, because they are clearly both, albeit of different timescales, public engagement, and the intention of going forward with them was on the basis that when the report was written, we seemed to be in a better situation. So I want to understand why that doesn't apply to both. Surely, not least in a point of consistency, it really ought to, unless, of course, there is an entirely other reason for suggesting that it should only apply to the White Sands. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So I'm coming back to governance again. And so is the original motion competent, I think, is the question.
Yeah, well, on the advice received, yes, it would appear to be so.
So we have a motion and an amendment at this moment in time.
Surely.
Well, we're at a situation now. We have a motion and an amendment. We're both seconded, properly seconded. So we are a voting situation. Hey, John?
But surely we're surmising about the White Sands, but we're not surmising about Newton Stewart, about the impact of if there are any COVID restrictions.
I think for what I picked up from the advice we got from James and from governance was, although they're under the same flood protection scheme legislation, they're at different stages of that. And the White Sands is at a different stage from the ones in Langham and Newton Stewart and everything else.
You can't stop one and not the other.
Because for me, the $64,000 question here is if we start the White Sands and we end up with a 2-week furlough in the middle, are we allowed to open it up again? And there's no case law to support the decision here. So,
but we're back in the supposition. The First Minister didn't apply any extra restrictions today, so we're surmising that there may be a 2 or 3 week circuit breaker.
I get that point. Whether we agree with the motion or disagree with the motion, if it's competent, it's competent, and we need to take it forward to the vote. It's as simple as that. So, Claire, can we just be clear what we're voting on here?
Okay, I've got a motion proposed by Councillor Blake, seconded by Councillor Carruthers, to amend 2.1 to include at the end and opt not to move to statutory notice at this time due to the uncertainty of COVID. And the amendment proposed by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Stitt, to note recommendation 2.1 as it is in the papers.
Thanks for the clarity, Claire. So we're ready to go to the vote?
Yes. Chair?
Amendment?
Vice Chair? Councillor Blake?
Motion.
Councillor Dickie Campbell?
Amendment.
Councillor Carruthers?
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Councillor Carruthers?
Very clear. Motion.
Councillor Davidson?
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster?
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale?
Motion.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls?
Motion.
Councillor Little?
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland? Was that amendment, Councillor Maitland?
Amendment.
Right, thank you. Councillor Marshall?
Amendment.
Councillor Scobie?
Abstain.
Councillor Stitt?
Amendment.
Councillor Tate?
Motion.
Councillor Wilson? Not present. And Councillor Young?
Amendment.
Amendments carried 6 votes to 10 with 1 abstention.
Thanks very much, Claire. Sorry?
I read that backwards. Amendments carried. That was right. 10 votes to 6, 1 abstention.
Thank you very much, Claire. In that case, then, we have agreed to move the recommendations as are 2.1 to 2.8. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 14, Communities Directorate Priorities and Member Engagement, report by the Director. The report provides members with a summary of last year's key achievements, a strategic overview of the impact of COVID-19 to date, and seeks member engagement in taking forward the future priorities of the Directorate. I've asked the Director to provide the Committee with a strategic overview of the work of the Directorate in the last 6 months, as well as his assessment of what the coming months are likely to look like for the Directorate. Derek is obviously here in the room with us, and I'll hand you over to Derek now.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you for that opportunity. It clearly is a unique and challenging time, so therefore I'll endeavour to do my best to address the points you made in your introduction. As you say, the last meeting of the committee was on the 10th of March, and it would certainly be fair to say that since that time we've been primarily focused on responding to COVID-19, and it's important to emphasise we remain on the front line of the response. So during these last 6 months, I would wish to emphasise the importance of the magnificent way we've all come together, ultimately to save lives, sustain the health and well-being of our people, and maintain the social and economic fabric of our communities. On a personal basis, I was provided with clear leadership and direction from the Chief Executive, who had the foresight to recognise our response to COVID-19 needed to mirror the values and behaviours of the community's model. From the outset, our council response was supported by our resilience team, who have considerable skills and knowledge in dealing with emergencies, as we well know, and who now form an integral part of our recently established Response, Renew and Recovery team. As members appreciate, our comprehensive and proactive communications, supported by community planning and engagement staff, placed emphasis on support DG through compassion, empathy and kindness. Our communications highlighted the importance of our multi-agency response, working with volunteers, local communities and our third sector partners. Much of this volunteer work was done through community resilience groups, and this showcased the significant advantages of our ward working arrangements. Notwithstanding the huge unknowns that our staff were dealing with, it's important to remember, despite their own fears and apprehension, our staff continued to deliver vital frontline public services and were at the forefront of our response. Business management staff played a pivotal role in ensuring we kept the show on the road, with considerable work going on behind the scenes. Large numbers of staff were redeployed to help with activities including staffing emergency childcare hubs, delivering food and supporting the very large numbers of people who were shielding, and also supporting our council's communications both internally and externally. Household waste collection, roads maintenance, litter picking, maintenance of parks and cemeteries, and continued provision of council cars and fleet, as well as public transport, were just some of the services in which staff continued to do broadly the same job, albeit with the provision of the necessary safety measures that were clearly required. Other staff were doing similar work, but with considerable changes, such as the homelessness staff, who have sadly seen a big increase in cases, our revenues and benefits staff, who, as well as processing the normal council tax and financial support through the Scottish Welfare Fund, there was a small matter of processing and providing much support to businesses and local charities. At last count, these staff made over 4,000 payments, totalling approximately £43 million. All of these grants were paid out in a matter of days and provided essential funding for a large number of local businesses and charities. We also implemented the council decision to make free school meal cash payments to over 3,500 children, and this amounted to over £800,000 of support to the most vulnerable people. Given the very real restrictions as a result of lockdown, many of our services, as you know only too well, were required to urgently embrace the digital age. This was probably more challenging for some of us than others. The work of our youth work and lifelong learning staff led the way in new ways of continuing to provide essential services. Customer services successfully delivered what might have been probably impossible a year ago, when we saw the online registration of deaths, the virtual library service, and much to the credit of our customers, these essential innovations were widely embraced and received favourably. Household waste recycling centres have also gone digital with the introduction of an online booking system that has benefits for both staff and customers alike. Whilst many staff in leisure, arts, museums and culture were redeployed due to the closure of these facilities, All of these services even adapted their offerings with virtual classes, displays and exhibitions. We even had the introduction of virtual committees and online member briefings, not something I possibly thought I would ever see in my lifetime. Staff and democratic services with colleagues have made this possible in a very short period of time, and on the whole, these arrangements have been embraced by members. COVID-19 has also required the implementation of new legislation and guidance. Staff and environmental health, trading standards, community safety, legal services, licensing, community enforcement, gypsy travellers have all been at the sharp end of applying these new rules and regulations. Ultimately, we should remember all of this is being done to keep us all safe and to enable businesses to operate within a safe trading framework. Our Council's priority of supporting the local economy and our focus over the last few weeks has been reopening our town centres, the reopening of public conveniences, car parks, introduction of safe passing places and innovative proposals for active travel, all forming part of our collective effort to protect jobs and support safe trading. Elected member champions have also been supported through the last 6 months, and full council last week received annual reports from both the Armed Forces and Events Champion. Thankfully, despite all of these restrictions, we even saw the opening of our inclusive play park in Upper Nithsdale, and by all accounts it's a roaring success thanks to the hard work of staff and volunteers. As you know, members, we are also actioning the various capital infrastructure projects with road maintenance, flood protection schemes and recycling all being progressed. As you know, I do attempt to spend as much time as I can out and about across the region, as it certainly helps me to engage with members, make sure I'm listening to your views, your opinions, as well as members, staff and local people. Unfortunately, ward visits, Team of the Month initiatives are all on hold, and certainly the biggest disappointment for me is not being able to personally shake hands and say thank you to the thousands of people in our communities across Dumfries and Galloway who've played such a vital role in saving lives and protecting our most vulnerable people. I have, of course, done plenty of online engagement, and I certainly know now a lot more about video technology than I did a few months ago. As we've discussed earlier on the agenda, members, in the current financial year, we've required an additional one-off funding of £6 million. The great unknown is how much money will be required next year if things do stay the same. In reality, our management committee is being severely stretched at this time, operating with lower numbers of heads of service, dealing with restart, renew and recovery. We're also heavily involved in reviewing the road service, rolling out our ambitious waste strategy and reviewing the Council's anti-poverty strategy. Therefore, along with the management team, I have set out in this report what we believe to be the priorities for the coming months. I'm in no doubt how difficult it will be to accomplish these given this very challenging operational context. Please be assured of the commitment of staff throughout the Directorate to achieve these priorities, and I would wish to record my personal gratitude and admiration to all staff for the way they have responded to this unprecedented world event. Our Council's writer-in-residence, Karen Campbell, will no doubt capture the selfless and heroic actions, and I, for one, look forward to reading Karen's work. In conclusion, I do hope this does provide the committee, as you asked for, a strategic insight into our work during the last 6 months, an indication of what we might be doing in the coming months, and underpinning all of this work will be effective and meaningful engagement with our staff, regular liaison with the joint trade unions to ensure staff welfare considerations and capacity are fully taken into account at this time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks very much, Derek. I'm opening this up to members now. Willie?
Yeah, I just would like to echo the sentiments expressed by Derek there. And as we were clapping, and rightly so, the heroes within the NHS, the doctors, the nurses, the cleaners and everyone else involved in it. And equally, it was the same for local government workers, local authority workers, that they were key workers. And I think Derek articulated that well in terms of the work that has been put in by the local authority workers, and how they addressed many of the issues that Derek highly spoke of there. I spoke earlier of, I'm not too sure if we're actually moving out of COVID or whether we're moving into it, and we may face further restrictions, whether we will get to a point where it will be total lockdown. Again, no one knows, and sometimes the information is so confusing as to what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing. But there is also opportunity as Derek referred to, respond, renew and restart. And it's that renew, and I referred to earlier, and it's on page 326, in terms of range of public facilities, including public conveniences, and how there could be opportunity here in terms of staycation, Dumfries and Galloway as it is, with the outstanding beauty of the countryside, that we maybe should be looking at the opportunities there in terms of the motorhomes that seem to increase. And that was the same when we talked to our Northern Ireland colleagues from Mid and East Antrim in terms of the motorhomes that are appearing on their side of the water. Well, they have to come from somewhere, and they come from the ferry companies. So they are staying here in Dumfries and Galloway and moving over, and vice versa. They'll be coming the other way from Northern Ireland to here. And I think that we've got to take opportunities. So rather than looking at that as a potential savings, I think we've got to look at it. How do we develop that alongside the response, renew and restart? And it's for communities committee, we as the elected members, to see is there an opportunity there for us. As we look at that as well, and there's reference to it on page 327, in terms of the EU exit strategy, and then equally we've got to be looking at the most crucial part of Dumfries and Galloway, in my opinion, is the two ferry companies at Cairnryan, and what opportunities is that going to throw up for us as we get closer and closer to the withdrawal on Brexit and everything else. So there are challenges, but there are opportunities, and we've got to be just as alert to it in recognising the sterling work of key workers in local government, local authority, along with the NHS. We've got to be alive to the opportunities and see what we need to do to provide the facilities that's referred to in here for the possibility of people coming here. We have got, and I've said this on numerous occasions, we've got the Lake District on our doorstep, and there are millions that are turned away from there. If we could only get a proportion of those to come an hour up the road, or not even to go that far in Scottish terms, then we could have a renew and restart to our economy. Crucial to that, and again I'm sure you would want me to say, is we've got the A77 and the A75, and we need to be putting all our energies into how we lobby to get both those roads upgraded if we're going to have any chance of restarting the whole economy of Dumfries and Galloway. And I would hope that is very much a priority, along with other things I just mentioned.
Thanks for the comment, Willie. I've got Jane Ndougie. Jane first.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I just really wanted to reiterate what the Director was saying about the communities model, which I think has been a huge success in tackling what we've had to deal with in the region. There was a certain cynicism, Chairman, some time ago about the project of ward workers. And I think it's been absolutely clearly demonstrated that if you get right down to the ward level, you actually do properly engage with people. So I absolutely endorse the way that this was working, and it's through foresight and vision. I remember the director had this idea in his mind long before he was a director, and I remember hearing about it, not totally understanding myself how it would work, but it clearly has. So I absolutely commend that way of working. I also believe that staff have risen to the challenge that they've been given and have done magnificently. I know all members. I would like to say that I commend the appendix of member engagement. I think we've got great opportunities of getting more people to engage because we can go online. And I would really strongly like to say that our engagement programme has to be overlaid with the way that the Council challenges our climate recovery work. So anything that we do, I would like to suggest, has to always ask ourselves the question, how are we going to help this region get to its goal of carbon neutral in 2025. It's a massive, massive target, and it can only happen if we really get going with it now. Thanks, Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Jane, for the comments. I've got Dougie and Ian Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Maitland pretty much covered much of what I was going to say there. Although I wasn't actually intending to get onto my bandwagon to talk about climate change. What I was just thinking as Derek was delivering his report was the challenges ahead for community organisations. If we have to call in their services to again, support the council and support vulnerable people. And I'm just wondering if Derek can advise if we've started that process of engaging directly with community organisations in relation to the potential challenges ahead, or is that something that we're biding our time on? Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. We are indeed engaging with these organisations on a continuous basis. The most important thing we need to do is not just engage with these organisations when we have a particular crisis, and I'm sure you would agree with that. So what is fundamental is we build mutual respect and understanding. So on an ongoing basis, we will continue to work with the various local groups, underpinned under the banner of community resilience, but there are many more as well. So yeah, reassure the members, given what was said earlier, we're still very much in COVID response, so on that basis we recognise that we want to continue to maintain active engagement with those organisations, because we know we're going to have a tough winter ahead, and the more people we can get on board to step up as they have done on a continuous basis will be fantastic and greatly appreciated. So hopefully that provides the member with the information he was looking for. Thank you, Chairman.
It does. Thank you, Derek.
Thanks. Did you want back in, Dougie?
No, I was just thanking Derek for his reply.
Okay, thank you. Ian, and I'll probably be the last comment on this. Okay, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Derek, so when I read this, first I think just thank yourself and all the staff employees for all your hard work. You've outlined that, and I think it's very, very much appreciated by all members, but certainly on behalf of the Conservative Group, I'd just like to show that appreciation as well. We know you've been working very, very hard, with the best of results as well. But when I read this report, we discussed last week at full council in regards to the council plan, its priorities and commitments, and we made a decision in regards to that, and that was specifically about engaging and communicating with the wider stakeholders, similar to what's being presented in this report here, actually. And I felt as if this could potentially cut across that decision last week, or does it fit hand in glove with that? I just wonder what your thoughts are. We've still to catch up in regards to the discussion around about the actual decision that was made last week, but keen to hear what your thoughts are, Derek, in regards to this potentially either cuts across or fits in with the decision that was made last week.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Carruthers, and appreciate your feedback. It certainly is not intended to do anything other than complement the work we're doing, and therefore the review of the council plan is clearly a matter that we took a decision on last week at full council, and the work we're doing here simply complements that. That there's a recognition that my responsibility, as I said at the end, is to ensure that we are clear and you are advised of the capacity within the organisation, the serious risks that we potentially face in regard to that. We are not operating anything like in normal times, as we've heard, leisure facilities in particular, but across the organisation we're operating very, very differently. So the outlook we have to prepare for is, as I said, financially. If everything stays the same, somehow we would potentially be requiring for this directorate alone £6 million. Clearly that's a huge ask and something that I acknowledge may not readily be available. So we now need to start to look at how we prioritise, how we allocate our time, how we ensure we're providing value for money, and reassess. So I think this work very much complements the engagement work we'll be bringing forward very soon in relation to the council plan, and I look forward to working with all members in that regard. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Derek. Okay, I think it'd be remiss if, on behalf of the committee, we didn't say thank you to Derek and all the workforce for the. I think if you start at fantastic, it works up from there. The commitment all along. We're well on record that we've recognised that people in very low wage bands have been very, very good at adapting and doing whatever was asked of them. I think there's a kind of special mention there. So, but thanks very much. And I think from that, I'm going to go to the recommendations if we're happy. So we've obviously considered the impact of COVID-19 on the priorities and agree the programme of elected member engagement, paragraph 3.12 and the appendix. Personally, I find the appendix particularly useful tool to let us take things forward. Right, okay, that's item 11. Thanks very much, Derek. Now going on to item 15, and I'd just like to draw your members' attention to, we've got an hour and a quarter within the allotted timescale here, and I don't want to stifle scrutiny or debate. But if somebody's already asked a question, could you not repeat the question, please, or come back with the same issue? It would be really, really helpful. So we'll move on to item 15, which is the head of service end-of-year assessment, 1st of April to 31st of March 20, of Democratic Services and Communities Business Management Plan and Performance for 19 to 2023. Report provides members with the heads of service end-of-year assessment of the progress on the delivery of the 2019-23 business plan for democratic services and community business management for the period 1st of April 2019 to the 31st of March 2020. This report also provides more detailed information on health and safety performance. I've got Robin Fletcher and Donna Allardyce, I believe, available through Teams. Are you both there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yes, Chair. Okay, thanks, Robin. Thanks, Donna. Have you got anything to add to the report, or can we go straight to questions?
Nothing to add. I would just ask, it might be helpful for officers and members if we took it in sections. So there's the report and the 3 appendices that are covering different things. So if the questions were on those components, then people who are speaking to different things can answer on those elements, because we've got joined together. I'm speaking on the Democratic Services part on behalf of Liz Manson. Donna's talking about the Communities Business Management Business Plan, which is added on to ours. And I think Richard Greaveson might be able to answer some questions on the fleet and transport issues because of the way the structuring was originally, but those functions are elsewhere at the moment. So to give the complete coverage, that would be the split. Thanks.
Okay, there's no point asking a lawyer not taking his advice, eh? Robin, we'll cover your service area first. Has anybody got any questions for Robin's service area? That's legal services.
sorry, Chair, it's the whole of democratic.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Sorry. I was paraphrasing, sorry. Ian Blake.
Thank you, Chairman. It's not a question in this particular directorate, but it's in this particular area, but it spans all 4 papers that are coming up. And it was just a brief explanation on the targets, you know, where it's shown on track, target not met with, but within acceptable limits, target etc. There's many in all 4 reports that show that they're on track, and yet when you look at the figure, they're below. Albeit they're only slightly below, but I would have thought that would have meant target not met, but within acceptable limits. But it's just an explanation of what is the cut-off point. They're obviously at a percentage allowed to have something on track. Just an explanation to that. Thank you.
Robin, can you take that, or Donna?
I'll.
Donna should. Donna, can you take this one? Sorry, Robin. Yeah.
Yeah, it's there's a tolerance level there. I think I'm not quite sure off the top of my head. I think it's 5 to 10%, so it can still be green if it's not met the target, but it's just slightly out by that percentage.
Okay, does that answer your question, Ian?
No, I don't really see the point when the one below it is target not met, but within acceptable limits. That would have been quite clear then, but it's just my own personal view. I don't know what others think of that. Thank you.
So if I'm picking you up right, so what you're saying is the ones that are just below, rather than just should be in the range but not quite reached it, basically is what,
yes,
is what you're saying.
Therefore, that target not met but within acceptable limits. So I don't see why they're not put for, you know, why put a percentage tolerance in. We don't really need it. It's only an indication, but it would give us a correct indication that not everything's green and on track. Some are slightly.
That actually seems a reasonable suggestion. I'm kind of looking at the director here, and he'll pick that up outside, because that will apply to, I would suggest, to all the next things coming forward. So in terms of stability, or whatever you want to call it, we should be reporting the same way right across the piece. Anybody else got anything else? Ian, do you want back in?
No, I was only to say that's what I suggested. It should go through all performance reports, not just this one. That's why I brought it in at the first one, and I won't mention it again for the rest. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think your point's well made, and Derek said he'll take that up, pick that up offline. Okay. Anyone else on this particular one? Either Robin, service area, or Donna's? I think you're getting an easy time here. I've not had anybody else coming in. So in that case, I'm going to move to recommendations for this. Are we happy to agree 2.1 to 2.3? Agreed. Robin, Donna, thanks very much for hanging about this time. Thank you. We'll move on to item 15, which is the end of service assessment for sorry, that was 15, it's 16 we're going to now. Beg your pardon, too many pieces of paper here. 16, head of service assessment of neighbourhood services and community planning and engagement services, business plan 2019 to 2023, and that will be, let me see here, the report provides members with the heads of service end-year assessment of the progress against the 19 to 23 business plan of neighbourhood services and community planning and engagement for the period 1st of April 2019 to 31st of March 20. The report also provides more detailed information on health and safety performance. Again, I've got Harry Hay and Kirsty Peen available through Teams to take any questions. Are you both there? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Okay, right, okay, thanks. Are we ready just to go straight to questions? Jane?
Thanks, Andy. It was on page 389, Harry, Kirsty. It's simply about the number of homeless applications where someone has been a looked after child by the local authority for more than 5 years, less than 5 years ago. Now, I'm just curious about the targets and the values, which seem to have been exactly the same for 2 years, and are all exactly similar. Is this really right?
Yep, through you, Chair. Yeah, it is indeed correct. The issue is this is, I guess, further downstream in terms of children that have been looked after. And we've obviously been in discussion with the Chief Social Workers team about this, and this is then after they leave care, they then report as homeless. So it's only one part of their longer term life journey, as it were, Councillor Maitland, but it certainly reflects that particular indicator, yes.
Chair, and I absolutely get that. It's just that it seems to have been set the same for the last 2 years, and I just find that very odd to believe, that exactly the same, 2 years.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, certainly the last time the information was all quality assured, that is exactly what was confirmed, but quite happy to look into it again and drop Councillor Maitland and indeed other members a note just to reaffirm that, if that's helpful.
Thanks, Harry. That's would be really helpful. Anyone else? No. In that case, it's an easy ride for us, folks. So we'll move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.3? Thank you. Moving on to item 17, the Head of Service assessment, 1st of April 2019 to 31st of March 20 of Safe and Healthy Communities Service. It's the business plan from 2019 to 2023 performance reports by Head of Safe and Healthy Communities. The report provides members with the Head of Service end of year assessment of the business plan 2019 to 2023 for Safe and Healthy Communities, obviously, for the period 1st of April 2019. It also provides more detailed information on health and safety performance. Richard, are you here today yet? So we've got Richard Greaves available through teams to take questions on the report. I think we should be maybe congratulate you, Richard, on a new addition to the family. Just take that opportunity very publicly. Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to add, or are you happy to go to questions?
No, happy to go to questions, Chair.
David Stitt.
Chair. Just a comment on the bottom of page 436, 3.12.5 about the income is derived from opposition dog tickets. At least it shows our community people are doing their job when they're issuing all these. So just a pity they put another 2 or 3 nothings in the dog file, and we wouldn't maybe get over here in it. But it's quite disturbing to see further on 197 abandoned vehicles. I take it, Richard, that includes everything from caravans right down to cars and vans, is it?
That's my understanding, Councillor Stitt. Yes, it includes all of the vehicles that have been abandoned, yeah.
That must include the ones that went for the Daniel car park and Dalbeattie, then thanks.
Yeah. Jean?
Sorry, no, didn't want to speak.
Okay, no problem. Anyone else? Ian Crothers? Ian, can you use the text rather than the hand, please?
Chair, sorry about that. So I'm looking at page, let me see, 453, page 453, just as many devices try to keep up to where I can. Richard, it's a compliment that goes across. It might not be for you to answer, it maybe go beyond you, but looking at all the directorates, and it's talking about the average number of days lost for all other, and it's in brackets, non-teacher local government employees through sickness absence, and your 10.34 days, 9 days is the target, it's shown around, but in comparison to the other plans that we've seen here previously to this, is quite high performing. I just wonder, what are you doing differently compared to the rest? That might not be for you to answer, you might be aware, it might be for the director.
Rich?
No, happy to come in, Chair. I think there is an exception report on an element of the absenteeism in terms of safe and healthy communities, which obviously goes back to the last financial year. But no, there's a consistent approach, Councillor Carruthers, right the way across the service in terms of proactively engaging with staff, supporting staff to get back into the workplace where they are absent and ill in whichever way, shape or form. I know in this specific example, the majority of the staff that have created this as a figure have actually been on long-term absenteeism, and obviously that brings with it a whole range of different support mechanisms on behalf of the council and using the council's occupational health provider, which we proactively do. But that's an approach that's taken across communities.
Okay, Ian, happy with that? Anyone else? No. In that case, then, oh, sorry, Dougie Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. And sorry, folks, I'm back in my bandwagon again. Climate emergency. Richard, 3.15, there's reference to the climate emergency and the action plan. And effectively, what it speaks about is a lot of the things that have been helped along the way by lockdown and the new way of working, or the new normal, as it's referred to now. And I suppose a concern that I have is that the council, having adapted very quickly to the new normal, and with the positive spin-off being reduced CO2 emissions, etc., and cost savings, my fear is that we revert back to the old way as a gradual process of going back to pre-COVID times. Can you maybe just give me some comment on how you, as a head of service, will ensure that doesn't happen? And also, I'd just like to commend Youth Work Service for their work on an action plan on tackling climate change, and I'll really look forward to having sight of that. Thank you.
Just go ahead, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Campbell. Yeah, I can provide a comment, and I hope some assurances that as part of my new role across the council in terms of not only response but renew and recovery, the council's corporate management team, supported and directed by senior leadership team, are currently going through a detailed update of our Moscow analysis that we did pre-COVID, to ensure that we ensure that the lessons learnt and the improvements that have happened as a consequence of COVID, and I have to say climate change is right at the top of that list, we can learn from and we can embed in everyday normality, if you like, moving forward when we eventually get to what we hope is a state of normality. But certainly I share Councillor Campbell's views and aspirations that there are significant things aligned with climate change, the way we can benefit and embed as everyday practice as a consequence of the way that we've required to work over the past 6 months.
Okay, thanks very much, Richard. Thanks, Dougie. Is that you finished, Dougie? Yeah. Okay. I think actually what you just talked about there, it's the same for all the different things, you know, whether it's older people's champion, young people's champion, all the issues and things coming all the way across should be taken into account as we go forward from here. Should become just core business, to be frank. I think it's probably the simplest way of putting it. I'm not seeing anybody else coming in wanting to speak. Okay, right. So I'm going to move to recommendations. So are we happy to agree 2.1 to 2.3? Okay, thanks very much. We'll move on to item 18, which is the Head of Service end-of-year assessment for Roads and Infrastructure Service. Looking at their business plan 2019 to 2023 performance, report by Head of Roads and Infrastructure. Report provides members, obviously with the Head of Service end-of-year assessment of progress on the delivery of the business plan from 1st of April 2019 to 31st of March 2020. The report also provides more detailed information on health and safety performance. I've got Stephen Herry available through Teams to take any questions. Stephen, are you there?
Yes, Chair, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add, or are you happy to go to questions?
Happy to go to questions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Any questions? Jane?
Thank you very much, Chairman. It is page 481. Steve, to 20 mile an hour length of road, and I see that it's really quite slow. That the length of road that we've been managing to inch our way along. I think from 96 to 105 kilometres of road that we've managed to get pushed into the 20 mile an hour limit. I was really saying, do you think that's a really good progress? It's not absolutely clear to me what we were intending to achieve. My view is that I think what members were saying for the future is that they were rather keen on getting considerably more of the road network down to 20 miles per hour. But just looking back, I mean, is that what we would have expected to see? It's not entirely clear to me whether we've made good or bad progress.
Hi, thanks, Councillor Maitland. If I could just come back in, Chair, if that okay through you. It's an indicator that it was the target wasn't set. It's more a trend indicator just to see change over time. In terms of implementing 20 mile an hour schemes, we have a list of projects, priority projects to tackle and to deliver. And a lot of these projects are subject to traffic regulation orders and the opportunity for objections. And what we've found is that recently a lot of schemes have been objected against, and that we have taken to area committee the objections plus the office's recommendations to implement the scheme and consider the reasons why we wouldn't consider the objection. So there has been some delay in a number of the schemes that we've brought forward. In terms of the kind of active travel agenda, it's very much something that we're focused on, particularly as we kind of looked at the additional funding through the COVID period and what we can achieve in our town centres. And certainly amongst officers, there's a strong desire to look at active travel and drawing down funding from Scottish Government and the opportunities that presents to move to bike, to move to walking, and that's kind of linked to kind of safer town centre areas. On the back of that additional funding through Sustrans, we're taking forward, one of the schemes we're taking forward is Dumfries Town Centre, the extension of the 20 mile an hour zones, and that's being consulted on initially with ward members to get their feedback. Again, that was a scheme that took a bit of time to get to that stage because we had to demonstrate to Police Scotland that it could be a self-enforcing scheme. So no, I don't think we've achieved enough in 20 mile an hour schemes. Members may recall there was the possibility of a bill through Parliament to look at 20 mile an hour zones within urban areas, and that failed, but is something that we understand the Scottish Government are still interested in for the future. So I think in the interim, it's something we're working towards and trying to increase, certainly through the road service review and feedback from elected members on the 1st of September workshop. There was that kind of challenge about the considering within the review the rate of progress on being able to deliver 20 mile an hour schemes. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. I know that somebody came out from my ward about 20 mile an hour schemes just the other day, so things are moving, maybe not quickly enough, albeit no more than 20 miles an hour, as I say, to take it forward. Now, I've got Ian Carruthers, Jim Dempster and Ian Howie in that order. Okay, so Ian first, and then I've got Pauline after that.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. Just in regards to section 5, 6 and 7, Stephen, of the appendix, the performance report. So just it's got health and safety, so out of the 9 indicators, there 4 of them are in red. I just like your comments with regards to the potential risks that are there. On the face of it, when you look at it in general terms, you think, okay, is roads and infrastructure taken on board health and safety seriously? But obviously there's a number of the green team, we keep it up to speed. You'll have done risk assessments in regards to this, you'll understand what that really means. So if you could outline that, please.
What we're seeing is the performance in health and safety for 1920, and there are a number of the indicators haven't been met. There are a lot of indicators for health and safety, but some of them haven't been met. And it's been 1920, and even as we move forward through this year, it's a significant period of change for the service that I'm overseeing. And in 1920, we're working through the transition of the PFI services the merge of all the road services, the merge of all the waste services, and we've been kind of working through on the kind of integration of all that kind of previous approach, maybe what was different approaches to health and safety. It's still in line with corporate requirements, but it's been a piece of work pulling all of that together, and we're still progressing that through this year to improve the performance on these indicators, to demonstrate that we are managing health and safety appropriately and fully within the requirements of the council and our service. What we have done in that period is we brought a full-time resource into the waste service, and that was particularly focused on the disposal side because of the MBT and the processes within the MBT being more kind of industrial than the council had been used to in the past, and that has also had some influence on the waste collection service as well. And recently we're just bringing in additional resource to help with the road service in terms of aligning with the requirements for the reporting of health and safety. I'm also looking at an overall resource being tasked within existing staff, a resource taking an overall view of what is quite a large service with 500 staff and quite a significant number of operational staff. And I'm using a resource there that has quite a bit of experience with operational staff to make sure that we are not only just monitoring our health and safety, but we're managing it appropriately. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jim Dempster.
Thank you, Chair. One observation on page 478 and one on page 479. On 478, 3.11 key functions, where we talk about, to date we've identified the following areas which require focused improvement. Then we go on to say the focus for the coming months will be on customer communications. I think that's a tremendous approach. I think the feedback I get currently is it's not working. Customers feed in and we are not dealing appropriately as far as they're concerned with a response. And I'm always of the opinion, Stephen, and I'm sure this will resonate with other members, even if you're not going to do something, just tell the customer that. You know, they need to know what our approach is, and we need some engagement with them, and it's not happening. I'm delighted to see you've recognised that and you're doing something with it. Which brings me to my next point, which is 3.16.2, where we're assessing the roads and infrastructure service commitments in respect to timescales. I met with some of your team a few weeks ago before the new restrictions started doing, and encouraged to think that there was one particularly challenging repair in my area due to be done, and now that's been paused. So I take it we're pausing in general terms nearly every major bit of road repairs because you've got the additional requirements placed on by the Scottish Government, you've got the onset of winter, and if that's a general approach, I think it'd be helpful for members just to know that for the remainder of this year and the start of next year up to the next financial year, we can maybe not expect major works to be done. And if there's a different view, I'd be delighted to hear it. I just was encouraged to think something about happening in the immediate future, and a series I don't think is. I'm not complaining about that, I'm just saying, as I said earlier, it'd just be useful if we actually knew what the intentions of the department was for the next 6 months, given the government restrictions and the onset of winter. Thanks, Chair.
You okay with that, Stephen? Yeah.
Come back in, Chair. Would you like me to respond to that?
Yes, please, if you could, yeah.
Thank you. So certainly through the spring and the summer, we reckon we probably lost 3 to 4 months on works on the carriageways, on the road surfaces. And as we came through and looked at easing of restrictions and certainly what we could do in relation to the Scottish Government guidance on construction, we moved quite quickly on with our surface dressing programme and delivered the majority of that in kind of short time. We have moved on with looking at defect repairs and taking them forward, and our surfacing schemes. What tends to happen at this, as Councillor Dempster alludes to at this time of year, is we move staff onto winter service response. Some staff will come off of kind of maintenance activities as they need to put their hours into winter service through the winter period. And again, as we move through into to the springtime, we tend to pick up the defects that we've uncovered through the winter weather and the kind of damage to the road through water and freeze-thaw action. So it's maybe a particular case or a particular location where there has been a pause put on it. I'm not aware of the exact circumstances. If you were wanting to share those details with us, Councillor Dempster, we can look at that. But generally, there isn't a pause on maintenance on the carriageways.
Chair, through you, thanks very much. I'll do that anyway, Stephen. It was quite a major piece of work, and I thought that was why it might have been paused. But I'll take it up offline, and thanks for that response, Stephen.
Okay, Ian Howie.
Thanks, Chair. Stephen, it's just a report, ITV News. All 30 mile per hour speed limits in Scottish borders will be reduced to 20. You're probably aware of a bit of the background. I don't know if you're in a position at some stage to liaise with your colleagues over in the borders and perhaps come back and report at a future date of how they achieved that and whether it would be applicable to try and replicate that over here. It's just something which could be included perhaps in future reports. Thank you.
Chair, you okay if I come back in on that?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, it's something we're discussing. We had a meeting with Sustrans this week on kind of active travel schemes and funding, and we're talking about our own Dumfries Town Centre 20 mile an hour scheme, and they had mentioned that Scottish Borders were doing something similar, but on a wider scale. It's certainly something I'll task Tony Topping with, just to contact Scottish Borders and see how they're progressing with taking that forward. And I think maybe the discussions with Sustrans, it indicates there are some, it's not all parts of the community that kind of welcome those changes, but it's the ways to work around that to try and get the better or the best impact for the overall community in terms of road safety and use of the public space and shared space.
Thank you.
Okay, can I maybe just come in on that, Stephen? When you're asking about, can you discuss with Police Scotland what the enforcement situation would be? Would they have the resources to police at 20 mile an hour in all the towns in Dumfries and Galloway? I think Ian's point's really valid, but we need to hear all the evidence, I would suggest. So I'm just wondering if you can do that.
Can I come back in on that, Chair? Is that okay? But we consult before we publish the orders. An early consultation is with Police Scotland on the 20 mile an hour zones that we want to implement through traffic regulation order. We did that through the summer, from quite early on in the summer when we wanted to implement the Dumfries scheme. They asked us to go away and do speed counts and measures and come back to them, because what they're interested in is a scheme that is self-enforcing. They don't want to have a scheme, a 20 mile an hour scheme, where they have to put additional resource into enforcement, and effectively they're wanting a self-enforcing scheme because speed limits are generally low anyway, or close to the 20 mile an hour. And what we're doing is kind of behaviour change and changing attitudes by signing and lining for 20 mile an hour rather than physical features.
Okay, we'll now go into Police Scotland at this stage. Pauline?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Stephen, for your report. I have two questions, if that's okay. Page 485, 1.3.23, regarding the A roads. Stephen, I do appreciate the Council doesn't hold full responsibilities for these, but could I just have an update, please, as to the current position with Amy regarding their equipment and vehicles moving to our own depots, hoping that this would increase the response time when D&G experiences heavy rainfall and subsequent flooding, as we are seeing more and more of lately, just in isolated spots. And secondly, if you don't mind, I note that Transerve now directs us to southwesttrungroads.scot. Sorry to ask this, but it'd be really helpful for us to know so that we can push people to the correct websites for information when they need it in emergency situations. So could you confirm that for the trunk road problems, that we should be directing our constituents and members of the public to this site and not the Transerve site for updates? Thank you very much. Thanks.
Just go ahead, Stephen, yeah.
Sure, thank you. Yes. The reference to the A roads is, in terms of the performance indicators, these are our roads, the A roads within the local road network. In terms of the trunk roads in Amy, yes, I understand that process is moving forward in terms of them moving into the depots that they had expressed an interest in to create a local presence. And I understand they've been going through a recruitment process. So maybe that's some of the issues that they do have, but I wouldn't have much more detail in terms of their capacity and capability in region on the trunk roads. But I'll certainly check with them on the website and circulate that information on trunk road matters. Possibly something we can do through social media, and that might give a bit of a wider exposure to the public to appreciate that kind of change in contact details.
That'd be great. Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, any other questions for Stephen? No, in that case then I'm going to move to recommendations. So are we happy to agree 2.1 and 2.3? Thank you very much. We move on to item number 19, review of road service. The report provides members with a progress report of the review of road service since the scope of the review was agreed at the full council on the 30th of July this year. It provides the opportunity for this committee to consider the output from the members and stakeholder workshop held on the 1st of September 2020 and 4 staff engagement events held between the 16th to 23rd of September. It also provides information to allow members to consider the emerging themes and initial draft recommendations from the review to date. The report also allows this committee to consider comments from the Audit, Risk and Scrutiny Committee following their review of the scope and methodology for this review at their meeting which was 22nd of September, just last week. So I've got Stephen Herriot, Mike Fox and Karen Brownlee here, I believe, available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Stephen, is there anything you'd like to add to this, or are you happy to go to questions?
Nothing to add to the report, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. So, who's in first? Ian?
Thanks, yes. So obviously you've already mentioned this was the audit, risk and scrutiny, so we've covered it. So I'm only really got a touch on Appendix 5, Stephen, for yourself. Just for absolute and that's 5, 7, and there's a number of bullet points here. I just want to make a couple of comments on some of them. So the second bullet point in regards to flooding impacts on roads with respect to storms and the adequacy of drainage, that was particular. I think you actually picked it up in the day with your own notes, but that was about proactive stroke preventative maintenance in particular. So going further on down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 7th bullet point, again, that was in relation to proactive stroke preventative maintenance and potentially making that a much greater resource, I think it was. And just the second but last bullet point is one I touched on myself in particular. I went on for a wee bit. So that's the previously agreed policies by committee concerning first-time permanent repairs of roads defects, and it was I referred to the New Road and Streetworks Act 91. I think again you've picked up on that at the time, but just for absolute clarity, that was specifically on a committee. So say Communities Committee made a particular decision, I think we referred back to DG First Management Committee, and it was certainly being complied with, but there was an emphasis from my perspective on non-compliance and how. So just to make it absolutely clear, I just want to make that clear. I've already had a stab at this, obviously, so I'm on this committee, so keen to hear what folk are saying, but I just wanted to make sure that they were captured by yourself, Stephen. This was maybe just a general note that was taken.
Stephen, you can just go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yes, I'll enhance those particular bullet points just to capture the kind of additional or the clarity maybe on the bullet points themselves in terms of what we're asking for the review to consider in terms of the development of recommendations for improvement next year. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Dougie Campbell.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your report, Stephen. I'm just looking at page 520 and table 2, communication and engagement. Some very important pieces of work in there, I think, and certainly our communities respond really well to consultation and engagement. Could you just sort of provide reassurance that you have the resources to effectively deliver on these particular commitments, please?
Yes, so I'm just come back, Chair, that's okay. Yep. So we have the resources and we have the plans in place to do the particular next level of engagement on this project through October. And there's a number of initiatives going to go live on that, with putting out questions, ask for a call for questions from the public, looking at a webinar responding to that, and an online survey, as well as talking again with staff through that period. So the kind of data gathering, views gathering will still be happening through October in terms of engagement. What we've listed there in Table 2 is what we're calling the emerging recommendations. So by the time we come to the end of this year and we have a report on the review, these recommendations will be firmed up, but effectively these will be the recommendations that we will then need to implement over the next 12 months next year within the road service. Part of that is about identifying the resources that are needed to do that. And, you know, if one of the recommendations is about doing reactive moving to dealing with defects and carriageways in an enhanced way, then there's obviously resource implications around that, and we will evaluate that as part of the road service review reporting. So yes, we have the resources in place to drive the project through, and what we're looking at is over the next calendar year is actually we will then implement the improvement actions that are agreed at the end of this year with elected members.
Thanks, Stephen. Anyone else? I'm not seeing any other hands coming up or comments in the meeting chat. So I'm going to move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.5? Okay, thanks very much. Stephen, thanks for you and the team for being here today. We move on now to item number 20, which is the surplus property in Dumfries and Galloway. The purpose of the report is to ask members to agree that the 6 areas detailed within this report are surplus to the requirements of the Communities Directorate. Let's be clear in that. Yep. Alistair Johnston and Robert Lowther are available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Alistair, Robert, are you there? Yep.
Yes, indeed. Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Have you anything to add to your report at this stage, or are you happy just to go to questions?
Happy for questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Jim Dempster wants to speak.
Thanks, Chair. I have no issue at all with the report, and there are two areas in my ward that are identified for disposal, and I'm content with that. The only thing I wanted to say was, if you look at 3.1 and whoever was consulted, the local members never seem to be, and there's no reference to that. I know we would participate at area committee level, but I think if we were consulted, or maybe not even consulted if that's not necessary, but notified that these were coming up, local knowledge might help to inform the report. So I have no issues at all with the report. It's just that the first time I knew these pieces of land were becoming a surplus was when I read the report, and I just wondered if there was any way members could be alerted to that. It prepared members in case members of the public started asking questions, but would also be able to help inform the report author before it came into the public domain.
Okay, just before I get officers to come in, I'm looking at Derek as the proper officer here, and I don't think it's an unreasonable request to alert the ward members.
Agreed, absolutely.
And the director's agreeing with that. It might have to go to change the process. It may have to go to the review subcommittee. Proper officer?
Yeah, it will require due consideration, Chairman, thank you. But obviously, if that's a request that members wish to consider, we'll certainly put that through the necessary process for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, we'll not do that through this report, but we can do that as a committee through Derek, and ask to be put in the agenda of the review subcommittee. Who else have I got coming in? Jim, is that all the question? Do you need any other answers to that, Jim?
Oh, no, Chair, I just pinged you a message saying much appreciated. No, I'm content with that, thanks. I never had an issue with the report anyway. It was just how members, local members in every situation became aware that these things were being proposed to be disposed of. No, happy, Chair.
Okay, we're seeming to be getting some support coming in online as well from members, so it's a very good suggestion, Jim. Thank you. Is there any questions about this specific report? No. In that case, then I'll be happy to go to the recommendations, and we're asked to agree paragraphs, the 6 properties detailed in paragraphs 3.4 to 3.9 and in Appendix 1 to 6 are surplus to the requirements of the Communities Directorate and should be disposed of in accordance with the disposal and acquisitions policy of this Council. Are we happy with that? Agreed. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 21. Sorry? Somebody came in?
No, just saying thank you, Chair.
Okay. Hey, thanks very much. Yeah. Agenda item number 21 is the disposal of land at Kilna Green Car Park, Langham. Report seeks agreement to declare that 25 square metres of land at Kiln Green Car Park, Langham is surplus to the requirement of the Communities Directorate as required by the Council's disposal and acquisitions policy. I've got Alistair Johnson again online to take any questions on this. Alistair, have you anything to add to this, or are you happy to go to questions?
I have nothing to add to the report. Happy to take questions. I don't know if Gordon Rice is Gordon Rice also available at the moment.
No, Alistair, no, you're on your own. Gordon, I think, is away. He was in earlier this morning, and he's got another engagement that he had to go to. So you're on your own.
Right, that's fine.
Right, okay. So has any member got any questions about this? Right. Okay, I'm not getting anybody coming in here, so I'll move to recommendations. So we're happy to agree 2.1 to 2.2. Great, thank you. We'll then move quickly on then to agenda item 22. Again, it's the transfer of land formerly owned by Kirgunnian Community Council. Report asks members to dispose of the former bowling green and car park owned by Kirgunnian Community Council and held in trust by the Council to Maxwell Memorial Hall, Kirgunnian, a Scottish charitable incorporated organisation, registered charity number SC046664. I think we've got Melinda Dolan online to talk us through this if need be. Melinda, have you anything extra to add to this? Are you happy to go to questions?
I'm happy to go to questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Melinda. Any questions for Melinda? Is that Ian Howie? Sorry, David, step first, then Ian Howie.
Just a point of comment. I know this ward, they're not in my ward now, Kirgunnian, but can I just say I would have no hesitation in, because the Kirgunnian Community Council, along with what they call the Maxwell Memorial Hall, they work really well together, and they do a lot for the village, they work well with the school, and I think they get quite a bit of funding as well for a wind farm, and they put it to good use in the community, so I think I'd have no opposition to this getting transferred.
I've got Ian Howie to come in with a question, and then John Young.
Yeah, very briefly, just repeating what David said, I just want to commend the amount of work that this organisation has done, is bringing this transfer about. I've done a lot of work, but I'll keep it as brief as that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John.
It's in a similar vein, Chair, just drawing members' attention to the absolutely excellent business plan submitted with this, and I feel it should be used as an exemplar for other asset transfers. Thank you.
I have to agree with you on that one. Ian Carruthers, sorry, is it Ian Blake, sorry?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's much the same as David said. It's not now in my ward, but it was. The only thing that I would maybe ask them to look at, I seem to remember that when this land was transferred to the Community Council by a local farmer, I'm fairly sure it went to the Community Council on the condition that if they were no longer using it, that the option was to return to the farmer. It's maybe, I don't know if David knows a bit more about that, but it's maybe something to look at. Certainly the Village Hall Management Committee and Community Council worked really well together. In fact, they were really one item. and I would certainly support it. But I would like that part checked. Thanks.
I think Melinda's got some information on that.
Yes, certainly at 3.7 and 3.8 in the report, you'll see that we did speak to the young family and have spoken to legal services about this, and there's no reason why we can't transfer the property back.
Okay, that answers that question, Ian. Anyone else?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, in that case then we'll go to the recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendation as tabled? Agreed, thank you. We're on the roll now, folks. Item 23, Dumfries and Galloway Council participation requests. The report presents members with the participation request PR annual report prior to publication as required by the Community Empowerment Act of 2015. Of course, that's the Scottish version. I've got Colin Freeman, I think, online through Teams to take any questions. Are you there, Colin?
Yes, here, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything to add, Colin, or do you just got to go straight to questions?
Happy to go straight to questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Colin. Any questions for Colin? The pregnant pauses because I'm allowing things to come down the Ethernet. Yeah, okay. I'm not getting any request to speak or to question, Colin, so thank you very much. I'm happy to move to remove the recommendations. I'll be happy to agree 2.1 and 2.2. Agreed? Okay, that takes us nicely on to item number 24, which is the Community Asset Transfer Annual Report. The report presents members with the Council's third Community Asset Transfer, or CAT, annual report prior to publication as required by the Community Empowerment of Scotland Act of 2015. Again, we've got Colin online. I'm assuming this will just be for questions.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Jim Dempster wants in.
Thanks, Chair. I just remind you, Chair, that I did declare at the start of the meeting that I have a declaration of interest, although it's loose declaration at this moment in time. I'm chairman of the Sanker Enterprise Company currently, and they have a CAT Stage 1 inquiry on a couple of different bits of council land. So my question simply is this. Given the COVID-19 situation, and given the fact that communities cannot function as rapidly as they were prior COVID-19, and given that we have a deadline, a 6-month deadline to move from Stage 1 to Stage 2, are we considering a pause in this process to allow these community groups to redefine their individual approaches to this? Because clearly it's no longer straightforward. And I would hope simply that where the Stage 1 to Stage 2 is not progressed within the 6-month period, there'll be a sympathetic hearing or some formal statement or pause so that community groups can be satisfied that they'll not be disadvantaged or disenfranchised by the COVID-19 situation. Thanks, Chair.
Jim, this is a historical report.
Yeah, I grasp that, but that's no stopping what's happened currently, Chair, and that's the point. Maybe I've kind of hung loosely on the title, but no, I'm just concerned moving forward that the COVID-19 will impact on the CAT transfer process for community groups.
Okay, I think that's maybe a different action rather than this, and I'm looking at Derek and Colin online. Can we do some sort of briefing for members to just explain what the process is going to be during COVID? The best advice for the Scottish Government and whoever else you take advice from. Is that doable, Colin?
Chair, yeah, very much so. I can pull something together to inform members where we are and what we plan to do next.
Thanks, Colin. That okay then, Jim? Jane?
Absolutely, me, Chair. Much appreciated, and thanks for your indulgence.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a very quick question, please. On page 625, Ward 9, Nith, there was a suggestion of 116 to 118 being English Street being part of a CAT, which actually didn't happen. Did we know that? I mean, we've disposed of that now, haven't we? Did we know that there was cat interest at the time, or what's the history of that?
Colin, I'm not sure if you were in that department at that time. Can you help us?
I don't think I was, Chair, but I'm able to provide a response.
Just go ahead and
Yep. The 116-118 English Street was quite a complicated case where we had interest from community asset transfer and also interest from a commercial sale. We worked extensively with colleagues in property estates and programmes to navigate a path to resolution. Ultimately, it went to committee and the asset was sold to the food train. And I understand that that transaction is just about to be concluded.
Thanks, Colin. Does that help, Jane?
I didn't know that at the time. I just don't know. I don't know whether we sold it in the knowledge that the community wanted an asset transfer, but I'm not absolutely sure how that all stacks up in terms of timings.
I think we exhausted that process, if I'm right. Yeah, that's why I think there were too many hurdles. I'm not too sure. Maybe hurdles not the right word way to describe it. I think it was too complex. Is that a fair assumption, Colin?
Correct, Chair.
Thank you. So I think the original people who'd shown interest then backed off. That's my understanding. So I think to answer your question, Jane, is so when we made the decision to sell, there was no asset transfer on the go at the time. John?
Just to think the question was there an asset transfer in the works when it was sold off? I think that's what Jane's asking.
I think that's what we're getting. No, there wasn't. No. No, it was sold and there was no asset transfer processes in place, Jane. That's the consensus around the table. Anything else? Anyone else? Nope. So in that case then, can we move the recommendations? Are we happy to agree 2.1 and 2.2? Agreed. Thank you. Colin, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Item number 25, consultation and removal of public call boxes. The purpose of the report is to agree the Council's response to a consultation by BT on the future of phone boxes in this area, which have had a low number of calls over the last year, taking into account the views and proposals of local communities. Stephen Wiley, I believe, is online to help us here, take any questions on this report. Are you there, Stephen?
Yeah, I'm here, Chair.
Thank you. None to add, so we'll just go straight to questions, yeah? Has anybody got any questions for Stephen? So I'm not seeing anyone want to come in. So just move to the recommendations. We're asked to agree the Council's response to the proposed closure of the BT phone boxes set out in paragraph 3.10 and the appendix. We agreed? Agreed. Okay, I'd just like to thank everybody for their attendance today. I've got no other business. So thank you very much and safe journey home for those who are travelling, and look after yourselves.